Chapter 1403, No One Can Stop Him, Kill Him. Chapter 1403, No one can stop him, kill him. If you're not happy, you're not happy. No matter how many obstructions there were, it was useless. Long Fei wanted to kill him. The more he tried to stop them, the more he wanted to kill them. Humph! A mere disciple taking the examination is so arrogant, too presumptuous. An elder stared at him and let out a loud shout. Then, his body's oppressive aura rushed forward like an avalanche. Boom, boom, boom. The air exploded. He rushed toward Xiang Longfei. Ling Jiu's mouth hooked up as he coldly laughed. Kid, you want to kill me? Come and kill me, ha ha. He was extremely proud. These elders were all elders of the battle hall, and all of them were experts. Dealing with a Long Fei was easy. He was secretly delighted in his heart to take action against Zhang La. Now, even if you have the ability, you will be expelled from the tower question of God's assessment at that time. Heh. Things had gotten out of hand. No one could afford it. Yiseng frowned and said, Long Fei, don't mess around. Nangong Yan's expression was also anxious. Ha. Come and kill me. You dog, come and kill me now. Ling Jiu vented his anger ruthlessly, feeling extremely displeased after being crushed by Long Fei. Facing the overwhelming pressure, Long Fei lowered both of his hands and directly bombarded into the thick pressure. He roared in his heart, Suck star over China, explode for me. Both of his palms opened and Long Fei's temples suddenly rose, frantically absorbing the power under the pressure. In just half a second. Break for me. Crack! The pressure barrier split open. Long Fei moved his idea and linked to the double attack card, and shouted loudly, Activate! This was a special reward from when he completed the quest search for exquisite spirit grass. However, he did not receive an S-class reward. Buzz. System notification. Double attack card activated. Duration of 3 minutes. When his power exploded, he increased his strength by 1-fold and his speed by 1-fold, causing his body to fiercely charge forward as an afterimage to appear like a line. With a whoosh, he landed in front of Ling Jiu. Die. Both palms erupted from the energy the Suck star over China had absorbed, heavily smashing onto Ling Jiu's chest. Rumble! Rumble! Ling Jiu flew out like a kite with its string cut off, his chest splitting apart as he spat out a large mouthful of blood in the air. Bam! It fell heavily onto the ground. When the HP bar fell, the system notification rang out. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Ling Jiu for gaining 1 million experience, 78,900 holy source points, and 10 energy values points. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Holy Alchemy. Do you wish to cultivate it? Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Godly Flame. Do you wish to fuse it? Congratulations to player Long Fei. Good stuff. Take them all. Long Fei smiled slightly in his heart. The system continuously exploded. Upon hearing the system beep, the aura on Long Fei's body receded slightly. Looking at the dumbstruck elders whose eyes were filled with blazing fury, he said with a smile, I have never seen such a person begging me to kill him. Regarding this kind of unreasonable request, I can only grant it to him. There are very few people who are so willing to help others. Long Fei laughed. The entire audience was shocked. The Hall Master of the Pellet Hall had a very prestigious status in the Tower Question of God. These pellets were supposed to provide good quality pellets to those who entered the ancient holy battlefield, but now they were actually killed by Long Fei, and it happened right under their noses. What was this called? Too arrogant. Lawless. He killed the Hall Master of the Pill Hall? Crazy. He's really crazy. This. Does he want to die? He really dares to kill? My God. They were all dumbstruck and shocked. Ling Jiu's identity and Elder Chang Dao's identity were completely different. They were people of a completely different level, and Lingjiu was the hall master of the Pellet Hall. Was he one of the 10 great hall masters of the Tower Question of God, killed by Long Fei just like that? This was slapping the Tower Question of God in the face. The anger in the 4 elders' hearts erupted like a volcano. Long Fei! A thunderous roar. The sound of explosions continuously sounded in the air as the heavy pressure came crashing down in a berserk manner, and exploded on top of Long Fei's head like lightning. Long Fei's body sank, and he was slightly unable to stand still. The strength was too great, and it had a dense amount of divine power. The elder shouted, "Do you know who he is?" Long Fei struggled a little, but he was still very arrogant as he said, "I don't care who he is, since he agreed to the gamble, then he must fulfill the bet, and if you can't afford to gamble, then don't gamble." "How dare you!" Another wave of pressure came crushing down, and another elder landed in front of Long Fei. Boom! The power above Long Fei's head increased by 1-fold and his legs trembled violently, but he still stood perfectly straight, without bending in the slightest, and said with a heavy voice, "Stop talking nonsense, you want me to die, right? If you have any tricks up your sleeves, then use them, I'll take them all on. F***ck. Don't talk nonsense. Isn't it just because I want to die? Then come." Long Fei had never been afraid of anyone before. The expressions of the other 2 elders also changed. They had never met such an arrogant disciple who dared to disrespect their elders and was this arrogant. If he did not make a move, then where would the face of the Tower Question of God be? And then, the pressure of both of them fell at the same time. Boom, boom! Long Fei's legs could barely take it, but he clenched his fists tightly. The idea moved and said, "Ice Thunderbird, Sky Swallowing Rat, Fire Unicorn, Demonic Eye, prepare them all for me. King Hell, I'm so pissed, all of you have to die." The Sleeping Beauty asked, "Master, do you still have me?" Long Fei said, "You're not in a hurry." Long Fei did not know what her strength was either. How strong was his combat strength? I'm not sure. She was a very unstable factor. Long Fei did not dare to use it rashly. "You still dare to be so arrogant, kid? Then let's see how crazy you can be." Boom! The 4 of them moved together, and the 4 streams of energy smashed down heavily. Long Fei's body sank and he burst out in a vulgar manner, "Come!" The idea moved. Just as he was about to release the Ice Thunderbird, the sky suddenly darkened. Stop! Rumble! A huge force landed and directly sealed the power of the 4. A middle-aged man's feet rippled and every ripple flashed with golden light. The faces of the 4 men changed as they bowed respectfully. "We pay our respects to the 3rd elder." Behind the middle-aged man followed a woman, the celestial sister Wang Shishir. After the middle-aged man landed on the ground, he looked at Long Fei seriously and asked, "You are Long Fei?" Before he could finish his words, the middle-aged man asked again, "Is that the Long Fei who survived the fate trial? Long Fei who refined the life essence?" Chapter 1404 Tathagata's Hands. Chapter 1404 Tathagata's Hands. Long Fei did not understand the meaning behind his words. However, this was no longer a secret. Long Fei immediately admitted, "I am, what about it? Kid, be more respectful when you speak to the 3rd elder." An elder shouted. The 3rd elder waved his hand and said, "All right. You killed Lingjiu, and according to the rules of the Tower Question of God, you shall pay with your life, and you shall die for your crimes. However, we need a high-level alchemy master to supply the ancient holy battlefield. If you can refine a pill that would satisfy me, I will spare your life." The 3rd elder said indifferently. His words were very plain. His body didn't have any strong aura, but he had the aura of a superior. To these elders, the 3rd elder in front of him was the true powerhouse, the real oracle. Long Fei said, "He is betting with me. If he loses, I will only let him fulfill his bet. I don't need you to spare my life. There was no change in the third elder's expression. Instead, he directly said, You have no other choice, do you understand? Either you can concoct a pill that will satisfy me, or you will pay with your life. Long Fei, no matter what divine technique you have, or how powerful your evil arts are, if you don't do as I say, you will die today without a doubt. His voice was still very calm, without any ripples. However, he definitely wasn't joking around. Just as he said, if Long Fei did not do as he said, he would die. The Sleeping Beauty lightly reminded him, there are a lot of people hiding in the sky. They are all stronger than you. You must be careful. It wasn't just him. There was a huge crowd of people above them. It was just that Wang Shirshir was slightly faster. If it was someone else, they would definitely not talk so much nonsense with Long Fei. Wang Shirshir said, Long Fei, do as the third elder says. Yixing said, Long Fei, do as I said. Yi Jingyan said, Young Master Long, refine a unique pill, and let them see your alchemy technique. Long Fei looked at the third elder as if he could tell something from his eyes, but he couldn't. The Sleeping Beauty said. Long Fei knew that the third elder wanted to help him. He really had no other choice. There were a lot of people staring at him from midair. However, he was not happy in his heart. This kind of feeling where fate was in the hands of others was very unpleasant, just like when he was facing Hong Tianjun in the gods' martial continent. When he was facing Zhan Wushuang, that feeling made Long Fei unhappy. Still not strong enough. I'm still not strong enough. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly and gritted his teeth. If he was strong enough to make others tremble, who would dare to order him around? Who dared to make him do something he didn't like? Huff! Long Fei heaved a heavy sigh and said, All right. I will. Wang Shirshir also let out a long breath. Her every move was being observed, and even the idea's sound transmission was being observed. She couldn't remind Long Fei of anything. Seeing Long Fei make his choice, her heart relaxed. The third elder calmly replied, Let's begin. Long Fei walked to the alchemy stage and adjusted his breathing. He glanced at the sky and then moved his idea. Sleeping Beauty, let them have a look. He. Understood, Master. The Sleeping Beauty smiled lightly, and then changed to her idea. It was like a type of strong knowledge suddenly pouring into Long Fei's sea of consciousness, then Long Fei quickly started refining it. The land flower was thrown into the furnace. Buzz. The pill furnace shook and then cracked open. It was simply unbearable. The quality of these ordinary pill furnaces were simply too poor. Everyone's face changed. Burn the furnace. Ha ha. Song Kuang laughed proudly. Long Fei, let's see if you're still alive. I failed. The furnace exploded even before he started refining. One can imagine that he simply doesn't know how to use the alchemy. The surroundings were filled with scornful and mocking voices. Those elders also revealed a disdainful sneer. The third elder frowned slightly. He had taken a huge risk to protect Long Fei. If Long Fei failed so quickly, he would be implicated as well. Wang Shirshir's face sank, and the heart that had just been at ease once again floated in the air. However, Long Fei was calm and collected, without any signs of panic. A strange scene occurred. In the air, the holy source that Long Fei released formed a blazing pill furnace, but the land flower did not land inside it. It was too strange. What method is this? I've never seen such a thing. How can a cauldron explode be used to forge it? Look. What does that fire pill furnace look like? The flame furnace slowly changed. In the end, it turned into a huge palm. Hand of Tathagata. At this moment, those people who had mocked Long Fei's explosion had ugly expressions. They were like ignorant children, unable to even touch Long Fei's domain when looking up. Young Master Long is too awesome. Ha ha. Mighty. Yi Jingyan laughed excitedly. Just this alchemy technique is already enough to shock those people. What kind of method is this? Nangong Yen became doubtful and he became shocked in his heart. Long Fei, just how many more secrets are you hiding? I don't understand. He was getting more and more confused. Wang Shishir was relieved once again and thought, can't you let me relax this once? He was really going to be scared to death by Long Fei. The third elder's frown deepened as his mind frantically searched. What kind of alchemy technique is this? The powerhouse in the sky all revealed puzzled expressions. How could they possibly have seen it? This Sleeping Beauty's method. Who is she, Nine Dragon Coffin? Long Fei didn't know, how would they know? Tathagata's hand. Too strong. The pill quickly condensed, and it could be said that not even the slightest bit of spirit energy was released, as it completely fused with the pill. Furthermore, with the control of the Tathagata hand, this pill could be said to have surpassed the current level and quality of the pills in Chaos Realm. Boom! There was a soft, muffled sound. The pill fire was extinguished. That huge Buddhist hand also slowly disappeared, along with the shock. Finally, following the disappearance of the Buddhist hand, the pellet did not fall. Instead, it floated silently in the air, as if there was a force holding him back. It also seemed as if it had a life of its own, as if it had a mind of its own. Long Fei's right hand moved slightly, and the pellet fell into his palm. He looked at the third elder and asked, "Are you satisfied with this pellet?" "Gudong." The third elder looked excited, but he didn't answer. Instead, he smiled and said to the sky, "Fellow Taoists, are you satisfied?" There was no sound in the sky. None of them could find any excuse to deny Long Fei's alchemy technique. The third elder looked at Long Fei and asked somewhat excitedly, "Long Fei, what is the attribute of this pill?" Long Fei also wanted to know, so he immediately opened up the system and looked. In that moment, when he saw the pill's properties, he was completely dumbfounded. Damn, this is too awesome. Chapter 1405 The Tathagata Divine Pill. Chapter 1405 The Tathagata Divine Pill was not unfamiliar with alchemy. In God's martial continent, he was a grand achievement alchemy grandmaster. He had refined all kinds of pellet. It could be said that he had seen every kind of pellet, but he had never seen the pill that he had just refined. Looking at the properties of the elixir in the system, he was even a little shocked. This is too freaking abnormal, too irritable? Item: the Tathagata Divine Pill Grade, Divine Level Attributes, Battle Description: take this pill and activate Tathagata. Lasts for 10 minutes. Just a single question. Fierce or not? Long Fei didn't even dare to believe it himself, and confirmed thrice consecutively. Looking at the description of the pill, he was so excited that he couldn't help but exclaim, "The Tathagata Divine Pellet. I am the real one. Tathagata, sweep wild universe. Sleeping Beauty, how strong are you?" In the refining process just now, Long Fei had completely mastered the power of the Sleeping Beauty. This was the power of the Sleeping Beauty. Now, he had actually refined a Tathagata Divine Pill, and it was even able to activate the Tathagata mode. It was a complete mess. Long Fei secretly thought, who exactly are these people? Could it really be the ancient god? Now he was even a little doubtful. Nine Dragon Coffin, awesome. The person lying in the bronze coffin could not be immortal. Moreover, how many years had the person who had been asleep for suddenly awoken? How could such a person be an ordinary person? Was it a god? An omnipotent god? Or was it really, as the Ice Thunderbird said, ancient god? Huff! Long Fei let out a long breath in his heart and said, "No matter who you are, if you help me, then you're my man." At this time, looking at the shocked Long Fei, the third elder could not help but ask, "What kind of pill is this?" Long Fei said, "A pill that can shake the world." While they were talking, Long Fei carefully handed the pellet over to the third elder. The third elder moved, and in just half a second, his body began to tremble. He immediately returned the pill to Long Fei's hands. His face was flushed red as he said excitedly, "A divine pellet, a divine pellet! I have never seen such a powerful divine pellet before, ha ha! Brat, you really made me look at you in a new light. Don't worry. If you can concoct such a divine pill, then from now on, your business is my business. Whoever dares to make a move against you, I will definitely not hold back." As soon as he finished speaking, the third elder was startled. He looked at the disciples taking the examination and said, "Did you hear me clearly?" These words were not meant for the disciples, but for those in the sky. All the disciples present lowered their heads. However, they did not dare to say anything. The tower question of God's pellets had been unable to keep up, and they needed a strong alchemy master, so Long Fei's appearance would definitely be valued, and it would not be that easy to make a move against him again. One of the elders spoke. "Third elder, he killed Elder Ling. This matter." Without waiting for him to finish, the third elder immediately cut him off. "I already know about this. I will report it to the Tower Lord, there is no need to say more." At this time, Yi Jingyan took a step forward and asked, "Elder, then what about the examination results for the young Master Long's pellets?" Elder Ling just said that it was a waste miracle pill, so the result was 0. "Then, is this result a number?" The third elder laughed. "His alchemy technique is inferior to Long Fei's, and any pill that can be evaluated by Long Fei? The alchemy technique Long Fei just showed is already enough. Perfect score, 100 points. The third elder looked at Long Fei and said, "Young man, do your best during the next assessment, I think highly of you." "Ha ha ha!" The third elder laughed excitedly, then looked at Wang Shishir and said, "Return to the divine pagoda." Wang Shishir looked at Long Fei and revealed a slight smile. Long Fei was grateful in his heart. If not for her, he would never have been able to leave this place today, no matter how powerful he was. The strength of the Tower Question of God had once again surpassed Long Fei's expectations. At the same time, Long Fei knew that there were a lot of people staring at him, so he couldn't take the wrong step. Long Fei raised his eyes, looked at the sky and said, "Zhan Wushuang, your father is here." The third elder left. The other few elders could not touch Long Fei, the person the third elder was protecting. They did not dare to move at all. With a cold glare, Long Fei and the other 3 left as well. "Oh! Ha ha! Young Master Long is mighty and domineering, awesome to the skies, ha ha!" Yi Jingyan cheered. He was extremely excited. Many people in the surrounding area also started to cheer. However, there was one person whose face was extremely ugly, Song Kuang. His expression was as unsightly as the liver of a pig. Yi Jingyan looked at Song Kuang. "Young Master Kuang, why do you have such an ugly expression? Has your family died?" Song Kuang's gaze darkened and he said, "Yi Jingyan, don't be so arrogant." Yi Jingyan said, "I am arrogant, I am cocky, what can you do with me, and you want to bite me again? Come on, come bite me, ha ha." Song Kuang swung his sleeves and said fiercely, "Let's wait and see." He turned to leave, but he was stopped by Nangong Yen and said, "Song Kuang, you won't forget our bet, right?" "A bet? What bet? What bet do I have with you?" Song Kuang's eyes turned cold. He quickened his pace, wanting to quickly leave the place. However, the person beside Yi Jingyan stopped him first. Yi Jingyan said, "Young Master Kuang, why are you in such a hurry to leave? Get out of my way." Song Kuang was slightly angered. Yi Jingyan said, "I am still not giving way, what can you do?" Nangong Yen said, "You don't honor your bet?" "Heh heh." Nangong Yen laughed and said, "Do you know how Elder Ling died?" Song Kuang's body slightly trembled. His eyes could not help but look at Xiang Longfei, who was also looking at him. With a dark and cold intent in his eyes, he immediately said solemnly, Good, I will fulfill the bet." Plop! Song Kuang suddenly knelt down, kowtowed to Long Fei, and instantly crawled up, running out of the martial ground. Yi Jingyun laughed loudly. Song Kuang, are you feeling good? Yi Sing walked to Long Fei's side and smiled. With third elder supporting you, the others will not dare to move, but you will have to be careful yourself. Facing Luo Tianfeng, and now that you have killed the Pill Hall Master, your examination in the Tower Question of God will become extremely difficult. You must be extremely careful. I am looking forward to your following performance, and I do not want to disappoint the third elder. Long Fei nodded and said, I know. In Long Fei's heart, however, he said slightly, not only will I not disappoint them, I will also shock them. Zhan Wushuang. Chapter 1406, Sun God Authentic Artifact. Chapter 1406, Sun God Authentic Artifact did not offend anyone at all with regards to Tower Question of God. Why was it always against him? Obviously. With someone messing with him from behind, Long Fei could even think of that person, Zhan Wushuang. He entered the Tower Question of God earlier than himself, adding his identity and position as a 9 secret warrior family and his inherent skill, that defense main artifact. It was likely that his influence in the Tower Question of God had reached an unimaginable degree. Many of the elders would defend him. As for Long Fei himself, he was only an examination disciple. If he wanted revenge, he would have to go all out. He had to step on someone. He had to step into death's door. Long Fei's residence. Young Master Long, it's another 3 days of rest time. How about we go down the mountain for a bit? It's boring here anyway. Yi Jingyun suggested. After the third round of exams was over, there were a few more rounds to go. Originally, they had been going through it consecutively, but now that Ling Jiu had been killed, Long Fei had displayed such terrifying alchemy and strength that the examination had no choice but to stop. Nangong Yen also said, let's go down the mountain for some fun and relax our mind for a bit, then we can prepare for the assessment later on. Long Fei said, you guys go ahead, I'm not going anymore. He was still thinking about the matter of the Destroy God Mine's forging and had been busy these past few days, so he had no time to refine them. This was a super divine mine. Long Fei really wanted to immediately forge a divine weapon. The golden cudgel was easy to use, but it was a trump card and could not be used all the time. Just as Long Fei rejected, the Sleeping Beauty suddenly said, Master, let's go have fun too. Staying here is rather boring. You still need other materials to refine the Destroy God Mine into divine weapon. Huh. Long Fei stared blankly for a moment and said, what else can you do that I'm thinking? Nangong Yen and Yi Jingyun were startled, then asked, Young Master Long, who are you talking to? Long Fei immediately said, alright, go down the mountain and play tomorrow. Relax for a bit. The next morning, the 3 of them reported to the Yixing elders and then left. The 3 of you be careful outside. You must come back in 3 days, do you understand? The Yixing elder explained. Yi Jingyun replied, Clan elder, don't worry, we guarantee that we will be back soon. They went down the godly Mt. Yi Jingyun was as happy as a wild horse that had escaped its restraints. He was free and said, I'm really too nervous at this examination site. Nangong Yen rolled her eyes at him and asked, Are you feeling relaxed now? Of course. Don't you feel the breath of freedom in the air? Yi Jingyun took a deep breath, his face full of satisfaction. Nangong Yen asked, Since you like freedom, then why did you come to the Tower Question of God's examination? Yi Jingyun's satisfied expression faded, and his expression became somewhat downcast. After smiling bitterly for a bit, he said, For the clan. I wonder how things are going at home. Yi Jingyun's eyes showed helplessness. He did not want to participate in any Tower Question of God's assessment. He only wanted to be a free and unrestrained popinjay, arrogant and despotic. However, the burden of the clan was on his shoulders, and he had no choice. Everyone has a different responsibility and a different mission. Nangong Yen did. Yi Jingyun did. Long Fei also had his own mission. 4 brothers, 4 relatives for the gods' martial sect. He had no other choice. If he did not enter the Tower Question of God's assessment and use the Tower Question of God's fame to intimidate the 3 great forces, then he could only bring his brothers to hide and be suppressed by people everywhere. Ever since he entered the examination for the Tower Question of God, the Beast City had become much calmer, and no one dared to harass him anymore. Long Fei would observe every night. He had inserted a needle into the Beast City. Nangongyan said, "Let's not talk about this anymore, Long Fei. Where are we going to play?" Long Fei shook his head and said, "I'm fine with anything, you guys can go wherever you want to." Yi Jingyan said, "Why not go to Skyscraper City?" Long Fei said, "Is there anything fun about it?" Yi Jingyan said, "Heh. Of course there's something fun to do. Also, that's my base camp, so I might as well go back and take a look." Long Fei said, "Then Skyscraper City." "M'lord." They went to the Skyscraper City, where the Yi family is. Song Kuang kneeled on the ground, not daring to raise his head. Therefore, he worked even harder to grasp the movements of Long Fei and the others. When he found out that they had gone to Skyscraper City, he immediately came to report it. Zhan Wushuang slightly said, "All right, you can go back now." Song Kuang said, "Master, our Song family also has some power in the Skyscraper City, do you want to?" Zhan Wushuang's eyes turned sinister as he turned around and stared at Song Kuang and said gloomily, "Do you think that your kind of trash family can handle Long Fei?" Song Kuang's body trembled, and he immediately kowtowed. The corners of Zhan Wushuang's eyes twitched slightly as thick killing intent burst out from his eyes. Ling Jiu's death had made him extremely unhappy, and he had also received pressure from the Alchemy Hall, causing his position in the Tower Question of God to be threatened. Moreover, most importantly, Long Fei had caught the attention of the Tower Question of God's powerhouse. Now that the third elder wanted to protect Long Fei, he had to be careful if he wanted to make a move. After all, he was a Tower Question of God, not his Hell Gate. Huff! Zhan Wushuang let out a long breath, suppressed the anger in his heart, and killed an ant like Song Kuang. There was simply no meaning in it, he said. "Get your people to watch over him closely," Song Kuang replied, "as you wish." With his hands behind his back, Zhan Wushuang stood at the edge of the cliff and looked up to the sky, muttering, "Long Fei, are you going to fight with me? I will definitely make it so that you will never be able to recover." Rumble! The sky darkened as a bolt of lightning pierced through the clouds. It didn't take long for heavy rain to fall. Then, Zhan Wushuang transformed into a ray of light and disappeared. He did not go to the Tower Question of God, but somewhere else. "In front of us is the Skyscraper City." Yi Jingyun became excited. Long Fei looked over. This city was located on top of the mountain peak. From afar, it looked like a pillar holding up the sky, and also, this skyscraper city seemed to be situated on a mountain peak in the middle of the sun. Very special. Long Fei muttered, "This city is really special." Yi Jingyan saw through Long Fei's thoughts and said, "Young Master Long, this mountain was once called Earth Sun Peak." Long Fei said, "Awesome." Nangong Yan's face was slightly red. She knew what they were saying. At this moment, the Sleeping Beauty muttered, "Earth Sun Peak, Great Earth Essence Sun, this is a natural Yang Yuan center. Didn't you want to refine authentic artifact? The Yang God's authentic artifact, do you want it?" Huh! Long Fei was stunned on the spot, his heart stirred. The Yang God's authentic artifact. You know how to refine? Chapter 1407, You Only Have One Chance. Chapter 1407, You Only Have One Chance. Yang God's authentic artifact? What is it? Long Fei didn't know, but someone who could be called a god by Sleeping Beauty was definitely not simple. After being asked by Long Fei, the Sleeping Beauty was also stunned for a moment. "That's not right. Why should I doubt myself?" I can do anything. He. The Sleeping Beauty immediately giggled and said, Master, I know everything, so I can naturally forge artifacts as well. If you want to refine the authentic artifact of the Sun God, you still need to prepare some things. Long Fei asked, Those things? The Sleeping Beauty said, This is a natural training ground. It is filled with a rich amount of sky and earth aura. Right now we still lack one thing, and that is sky and sun aura. What was the fusion of the earth and sky? Long Fei thought about it and became excited. How do I obtain the sky-sun essence chi? The Sleeping Beauty said, Set up the formation to absorb the scorching sun energy. That is the sky-yang energy. But the way to set up the formation? The Sleeping Beauty fell into deep thought and said, Let me think. Thinking, but she wanted to sleep. Long Fei did not go to wake her up either. Young Master Long, what's wrong? Yi Jingyun asked as he saw Long Fei stop. Long Fei replied, Nothing, let's enter the city first. He was not anxious at all. Although it was the authentic artifact of the Sun God that caused people to be extremely excited, to Long Fei, the Sleeping Beauty's sleeping time was more than anything. The three of them landed on the ground and walked to the city gate. There were many people lining up to enter the city and searching one by one. Moreover, they had to pay the fee of 100 silver coins each to enter the city. This was still fine for a martial artist. But to ordinary people, this was an astronomical figure. Yi Jingyun slightly said, How can this be? I have never done this before. Young Master Long, you guys stay here. I'll go ask around. Yi Jingyun frowned. He had a feeling that something had happened to the skyscraper city. No money? You want to enter the city without money? Do you think that anyone can enter the skyscraper city? Old thing, scram to the side. The two guards kicked an old man onto the ground and viciously beat him up. The surrounding people all revealed expressions of fear. That old man rolled on the ground and repeatedly said, My lords, please do it. My wife is still waiting for my medicine to come back and save her. I beg you, please let me in. I will definitely make up for it next time. A pot-bellied city guard leader stared at the old man on the ground and said, You have the money to catch the medicine, and you don't have the money to pay the entrance fees? Do you think lousy is AF * king fool? Fight to the death. If we don't give these troublesome people some face, they will really think that we're vegetarians. And then, 2 guards went up and beat the crap out of them. No one dared to stop him. If this continued, the old man would definitely be beaten to death. Things like this happened every day. It happened so often that everyone was numb to it. No one, no matter whether they were fighters or ordinary people, would dare to resist. The reason was simple. Because they were afraid of the power of the Yi family. This is bullying. Nangong Yen could not bear to watch any further. In this instant, Long Fei had already made his move, bang bang bang. 4 fists were thrown out. The 4 guards hung on the wall, their bodies caved in and their backs were fractured. Even if they were to be saved, one of them would still be crippled. Who dares to meddle in the affairs of the Yi family? The pot-bellied man suddenly stood up and stared at Long Fei. Although Long Fei had released his full strength, he was not afraid at all. Instead, he looked at Long Fei with disdain. Long Fei said, There are so many people bullying an old man, you sure are capable. I've paid for him. Before he finished speaking, he threw a profound stone over. Long Fei asked coldly, Is that enough? Seeing the glow in the profound stone's eyes, the fatty immediately said, Enough, very enough. Geezer, you can go in now. The fat guy shouted. The old man knelt down and was stopped by Long Fei and said, Quickly go back, you have been delayed. Thank you, my lord. The old man was moved to tears as he whispered, My lord, you have to be careful. He hurried into the city. Long Fei followed him in, but he could not find anything. The fat guy sneered and said, He can enter the city, but The fatty's finger moved as he pointed at Long Fei and said, "You can't." Long Fei smirked and said indifferently, "Why can't I do it?" Fatty said, "You still want to leave after hitting my people? Do you think anyone in my Yi family can move? Kid, today, either you take out 100 profound stones as compensation or die here." Fatty's voice turned cold, and all the guards around the city gate surrounded him. They were all aggressive and arrogant. Normally, they were acting arrogantly and no one dared to contend against them. At this time, Nangong Yen quickly walked over Long Fei. The fatty looked at Nangong Yen with lustful eyes and laughed sinisterly. "I'll give you one more choice. Make the beauty beside you accompany me for 3 days and make me feel comfortable." Not waiting for him to finish. Bam! Long Fei's figure moved and threw out a punch. The 250-kilogram fatty was sent flying. All of his front teeth were broken, and he spat out a mouthful of blood. The fatty was screaming in pain. "Ah! You dog, you dare to hit your father! Even God can't save you today. Go, kill him! Kill that girl for me! Tonight, I'm going to ruthlessly." Not waiting for him to finish, Long Fei's figure moved again as he stomped his foot down towards the fatty's face. Pa! The bridge of his nose collapsed. There was a sunken footprint on his face, and he was in so much pain that he couldn't even make a sound. It was extremely painful. Long Fei said coldly, "If it wasn't for young Master Yi, you would have already died. Laozi doesn't care about what young Master Yi is called. You're dead for sure today." Fatty retreated. He was not afraid. Instead, he became even more furious and shouted, "Kill him!" More than 10 guards rushed forward, their spears moved, and all of them pointed at Long Fei. Their voices sunk as they shouted loudly, "Kill! Kill!" Long Fei's mouth revealed a cold sneer, the demonic god's killing intent in his heart surged. He stared at the fatty and said, "I will give you a chance. Have you thought this through clearly?" The fatty's mind went cold. His body couldn't help but tremble when he looked at Long Fei, and said with a heavy voice, "Are you considering your ancestors? Kill him." Not waiting for him to finish, Long Fei's figure disappeared. It was also at this time that Yi Jingyun shouted loudly, "Young Master Long." But, in that instant, Long Fei's power was already unleashed. Chapter 1409, Don't Give Me the Face to Be Shameless. Chapter 1409, Don't Give Me the Face to Be Shameless. Skyscraper City was an ancient city. From the very beginning, the Chaos Realm existed. Qintian Peak was also considered to be the location of the Chaos Realm's essence sun. In the center of the mountain was a huge cave made of the blazing sun, which was like a volcano. The heat inside the cave could nurture a drop of a long yang marrow for 10,000 years. This was a type of profound qi that could temper the physical body. It had the effect of reviving the dead, and was a powerful secret treasure of the Yi family. Rumors. There was a powerhouse in the Yi family that relied on long yang marrow to enter the divinity, and also entered the ancient holy battlefield. What happened after that was unknown. To be able to enter the divinity, to be able to enter it, was enough to prove the impressiveness of Long Yang Marrow. When Yi Tianqing said this, the entire hall shook violently. Even the supporters of Yi Tianqing could not help but look at him seriously. Volume question of God were bought with money. They did not care about these things. But Long Yang Marrow could be said to determine the fate of the Yi family. Yi Tianqing frowned slightly and said, "I will divide the Long Yang Marrow according to the ancestors' wishes. Whoever can obtain them will depend on their own fate." Opportunity? Ancestor, you mean? Who would believe that? Patriarch, we endured about the volume question of God last time. This time you used the meaning of ancestor and opportunity to fool us. Do you take us as 3-year-old children? Yi Tianqing said in an overbearing manner. He would absolutely not back down in this matter. Moreover, as long as he could control the Long Yang Marrow, he could control the entire Yi family. Without waiting for Yi Tianqing to speak, Yi Tianqing said heavily, "If you are not up to the rank of patriarch, I can substitute," directly driving the emperor to his death. The eyes of the elders were startled, revealing a look of excitement. At this moment, Yi Jingyun walked into the hall and said slightly, "Uncle, are you that impatient?" Everyone turned to look at that direction. Yi Tianqing was also stunned for a moment. Yi Tianqing looked at Yi Jingyun and sneered, "You actually have the guts to come back here, you piece of trash? You've completely disgraced the Yi family." Yi Jingyun laughed coldly. "It doesn't matter to you whether I throw the Yi family's face or not. What does it have to do with you? You, on the other hand, have always been eyeing the position of the clan leader covetously. What do you want to do? You want to rebel? Don't forget, Grandpa said before when he was still alive that you are never allowed to be the leader of the Yi family. Simply put, anyone can be the leader of the Yi family, but only you can't. How dare you?" Yi Tianqing raged. With bloodshot eyes he stared fiercely at Yi Jingyun and said, "Just now speaking to me in such a manner, even if I kill you now, you deserve it. Kill me. Come on." Yi Jingyun was not afraid in the slightest. Yi Tianqing slightly shouted, shocking Cloud enough, "Big brother, I will seriously consider the matter of the Long Yang marrow. This is the end of today's meeting." Yi Tianqing said, looking at the people around him. He did not move. Yi Tianqing widely opened his eyes and suddenly shouted, "Did you not hear what I said?" The patriarch's might instantly burst forth. It directly crushed the entire audience. Furthermore, he was staring straight at Yi Tianqing. Imperceptibly, a powerful pressure rolled out. Yi Tianqing's expression changed slightly. With a sweep of his sleeve, he said, "Humph." He walked out of the hall with large strides. The elders in the hall also left. In the end, only Yi Tianqing and Yi Jingyun remained. Pfft! Yi Tianqing spat out a mouthful of blood, leapt up, and fell on the chair. "Father!" Yi Jingyun immediately ran over. Not only did Yi Tianqing arrange for Yi Jingyun to enter the Tower Question of God exam for 1 or 2 days, it was also for no reason other than to help him avoid the internal strife within the clan. "This dress is so beautiful. Buy it. This outfit looks good too. Buy it." Money was only a number for Long Fei. Although he did not have much money on him, it was still enough to buy some clothes. However, Nangong Yen had been choosing and choosing this entire time, but she didn't buy a single one, because she cared deeply about Long Fei's profound stones. "Are you going to buy it or not?" Long Fei followed behind Nangong Yen. He didn't understand at all. He didn't buy anything when shopping. What if he went for a hammer? What kind of animal is a woman? The more they browsed, the crazier they went. Long Fei was willing to kill Demon Beast S for a whole day than to follow a woman shopping. It was just too tiring. Nangong Yen laughed. "Of course I bought it. I haven't chosen one that I like yet." At this moment, Nangong Yen saw an extremely exquisite light blue dress on the shelf. It was extremely beautiful, and he was immediately attracted by it. The owner of the shop immediately said, "My lady has good eyes. This piece of clothing was on the shelf today. It was made from 10,000 blue crane feathers. It can be said that this is the only piece of cloth in the entire Chaos Realm." Nangong Yen gently touched it, and it felt very gentle, like a feather. Long Fei saw the fondness in her eyes and immediately asked, "How much is this set of clothes?" The owner said, "This set of clothes is a bit expensive." Long Fei said, "Just tell me how much it is." The owner said, 1,000,000 mystical stones. Nangong Yen immediately retracted his hand and said to himself, "1,000,000 profound stones? It's too expensive." At this moment, a 20-something-year-old girl walked up and said, "This outfit is so beautiful, I'll buy it." Long Fei slightly said, "Sorry, we took a liking to it first, I'll buy it." The woman immediately revealed a look of disdain, coldly looked at Long Fei and said, "Country bumpkin, can you afford it? Furthermore, do you know who I am?" Nangong Yen tugged at the corner of Long Fei's clothes and said, "Forget it, that's too expensive." "Did you hear that? It's too expensive. Don't embarrass yourself if you can't afford it." The woman sneered and said, "Pauper." Long Fei did not look at the woman again, but instead looked at the shop owner and asked, "Boss, all the things in your shop?" "Forget it. How much is this store of yours worth?" Long Fei was too lazy to explain. The shop owner said, "If it's me, my store, everything added to the storefront would be worth around 4 million Xian stones." As soon as he finished, Long Fei immediately took out 50 Xian crystals and said, "I'll buy 50 of them. 50 of them would then amount to 5 million profound stones." The owner was grinning from ear to ear. Long Fei coldly looked at the woman and said, "Please get out, understand?" The woman's face was ugly and her eyes were burning with anger. She did not go out but shouted, "Husband, someone is bullying me. I want you to kill him." Then, a few underlings rushed in from outside. The woman sneered coldly and said, "If you offend me, I will make sure you die an ugly death." Long Fei looked at the people around her and said, "Just these few people? Is there anyone else?" The woman's face darkened. "It's enough to deal with a leopard like you." Before he could finish his words, Pa. Long Fei continuously attacked, and every single one of them fell to the ground with a slap. Long Fei stared at the woman again and said, "Is that enough? Don't be so shameless. Understand." The young woman's face was pale and her body was faintly trembling. It was also at this time that a man in a fur coat came into the shop. "Who is it that bullies my woman when they're tired of living?" Chapter 14:10 I'll show you only one person. Chapter 14:10 I'll show you only one person. Who the hell is tired of living? Who dares to bully my woman? A tycoon who looked like a hedonistic young master walked into the shop. He did not look at Long Fei, but stared at him instead. "Yi Yu!" The woman's eyes blazed with fury. Yi Yu immediately regained his senses, stared at Long Fei and said, "Brat, you're the one that bullied my woman?" Long Fei did not want to waste time with him, and said, "This is my shop now, it is not open to the public, please leave." "Humph!" Yi Yu laughed coldly. "You open this shop?" The woman pouted and said, "He just bought the store." Yi Yu said, "So what? This skyscraper city belongs to my Yi family, so what can you do about buying this shop?" "Kid, I see that the woman beside you is beautiful, I'll give you a chance to live." The woman immediately laughed complacently and looked at Long Fei with contempt. Long Fei smiled faintly and said, "What's a chance to live?" Yi Yu said, "It's simple, kneel down and apologize to my woman, then sell the woman beside you to me as my slave. Of course, I will only give you one son." "Oh," Long Fei replied, "then I'll also give you a chance to live. Now, immediately scram out of my shop, or else you'll crawl out from here." "You are King Shameless, aren't you? Do you know who I am? You want to stay in Skyscraper City after offending me?" Yi Yu was instantly enraged. Long Fei said indifferently, "You still have 3 seconds to make your choice." 3. Yi Yu stared at Long Fei. "I chose you, old man. If you have the guts, you can make a move on me. Do you believe that I can get people to kick you out of this shop any second?" 2. Long Fei completely ignored him. Yi Yu sneered, "I'll see how you'll make me crawl out." 1. As soon as he finished, the aura on Long Fei's body suddenly fluctuated. 1. A strong pressure pressed down, causing Yi Yu's body to sink. Long Fei then slapped him onto the ground, and before Yi Yu could get up, he ruthlessly stepped on him. Bam! Pft! Yi Yu spat out a mouthful of blood, his face extremely pale as he scolded, "You dare hit this daddy, today you're dead, you!" Without waiting for him to finish speaking, Long Fei stomped down twice. Crack! Crack! His knees were shattered, and he was unable to stand up. Long Fei gave a slight sneer and said, "You're dead for sure? Who's dead for sure?" Yi Yu was so frightened that his entire body was trembling. He used both of his hands to support himself and crawled out quickly, shouting, "Help, help, help!" Long Fei did not chase after him, and said, "I crawled out like this." The lady at the side shivered, her lips turned purple, she no longer dared to look into Long Fei's eyes. Nangong Yen walked forward and said indifferently, "My man doesn't like to hit women, but…" "You despise my man, what are you?" Before he could finish, the aura on Nangong Yan's body also burst out, his fist striking the woman's chest, directly causing her breasts to cave in. He flew out of the store. "The chest over there is probably. It would never recover." Bam! A loud sound came from outside the shop and the woman was unconscious. Yi Yu started to shout even louder and said, "Someone come quickly, someone come quickly!" In the shop, Nangong Yen slightly said, "Aren't we being too high profile?" High profile. As Long Fei spoke, he took down the blue feathered robe that was worth 1,000,000 profound stones and said, "Why do I feel that it's very low-key? Go and change it for a look. This dress is very cool." It looked transparent. If it were in his previous life, it could be regarded as an interesting outfit. Nangong Yan's face turned slightly red. He did not refuse to take the clothes and went into the changing room, saying, "That person from earlier is called Yi Yu. He should be a member of the Yi family." "Will Yi Jingyun be affected?" Long Fei said. "Don't worry about that for now, who cares about the effects or not? It pisses me off, he was like that. If you make me unhappy, I will make your entire family unhappy." A few minutes later, wearing a blue feather dress, Nangong Yen walked out. Her face was slightly red, her legs were slender, and completely white. Any man who saw it would have the urge to commit a crime. Long Fei watched in a daze. Nangong Yan's cheeks reddened and she said, "It was pretty, right? Good. That's what you wear at night." Long Fei smiled slightly. Nangong Yan's cheeks became even redder as she lightly nodded her head and said, "Then at night I will only wear it for you to see alone. Forever." These clothes were too much. Walking on the street would definitely cause traffic jams and accidents. Moreover, did not want Long Fei to waste all his time on these things. As long as Long Fei said that it was nice to watch, she would always wear it for Long Fei to see alone. Yi family. Shocking clouds, failure isn't scary. I'm afraid that if you fail, you won't be able to stand up. Yi Tianxing consoled Yi Jingyun. On the way back from the tower question of God. Obviously, the assessment had failed. After all, he was a tower question of God. Passing the examination was even harder than ascending to heaven. Yi Jingyun laughed bitterly. "Father, it's not what you think." Yi Tianxing said, "Father does not blame you, but you really shouldn't come back this time. You should leave Skyscraper City tonight. Just run as far as you can." Yi Jingyun's heart sank and said, "Father, did something happen? Big Uncle is very aggressive, what does he want to do?" Yi Tianxing said, "You do not need to worry about the Yi family matters, I can handle it. I'll leave tonight." Yi Tianxing saw that Yi Jingyun had not seen him in a short half a month. He realized that his son had grown up differently, and he was very pleased with himself. Yi Jingyun grinned. "I'm back, I don't intend to leave so soon." "Right. Dad, I still have 2 friends in the city. I'll take you to see them. They're amazing. You can't even imagine how amazing they are," Yi Jingyun said with an excited expression. Yi Tianxing also faintly smiled. Of course, he did not take Yi Jingyun's words seriously. Even if the people eliminated together with Yi Jingyun were powerful, how powerful could they be? "I'm not going. You youngsters have a good time. We'll leave together tonight," Yi Tianxing said indifferently. At this moment, a guard entered the courtyard. Reporting to the patriarch, just now the 3rd elder rushed out with the Yi clan disciples. Yi Tianxing asked, "What happened?" The guard said, "Yi Yu has been beaten to a pulp by someone." "That's right, that's right, that's right. He was injured by the man and woman that young master brought back. Yi Jingyun was shocked. Damn it, third uncle, if you dare to touch my friends, I will not let you go. Killed his way out. The table of contents. Chapter 14:11 Surround. Chapter 14:11 Surround. The Yi family was indeed the overlord of the skyscraper city. In less than 5 minutes, the outside of the clothing store was completely surrounded. Armor guard. The Yi clan disciples were on full alert. Is that the person who came back with Yi Jingyun? That's right. Humph, the tower question of God's elimination, just trash. Perfect. Yi Tianqing's eyes turned sinister and said, We will use this opportunity to attack Yi Tianqing, and if Yi Jingyun dares to come out and obstruct us, we will cripple him. Yi Yu said, Father, I want you to kill him, kill that dog couple. Yi Tianqing took a glance at Yi Yu, then let out a light breath and said, Carry him down and properly recuperate from your injuries. No. I don't want to go down. I want to see him die with my own eyes. The anger in Yi Yu's heart flared up. Since he was young, he had never been in such a sorry state. No one had ever dared to bully him. He must take revenge. Yi Tianqing waved his hand and said, Then, let's carry him over. Remember, first we'll destroy the handicapped, then we'll slowly play with him until he dies. Yi Tianqing sneered. Perhaps. This is an opportunity. Yes, sir. An elder withdrew. It's full of people. Nangong Yen said slightly. Their cultivations are all at the moon stage, and their strength is not weak. A family with so many moon stage experts is considered not bad. There are even a few S in the group. Long Fei immediately lost interest after sweeping a glance because there wasn't a single boss. Without a boss, there was no spirit. Moreover, the Sleeping Beauty had said that apart from borrowing the Earth-Sun essence energy to refine the Sun God authentic artifact, there was also something else that they would need. With Long Fei's understanding of the game, these things should be able to be dropped from the boss's body. Boss. He needed the boss. With the help of the Earth-Sun essence, coupled with the Destroy God Mind Stone, he refined the Sun God authentic artifact and used his own strength to nurture it. Then, it would become his authentic artifact. That was awesome. Nangong Yen looked at Long Fei with a face filled with casualness and said, Are you not worried? Long Fei laughed and said, What are you worried about? Are you worried about these people? Nangong Yen glanced at these people and said, That's right, you can even kill Oracle, these people are simply not worthy of your notice. Long Fei replied, That's not it either. I'm just too lazy to kill them, that's all. But if they attack first, hee. Long Fei laughed with killing intent. At this moment, Third Elder Yi Tianqing heavily shouted, Brat, get the hell out here! Ha! Many disciples shouted. Long Fei ignored him and continued to choose his clothes. Then, Yi Tianqing's face darkened. Go! The two guards rushed into the shop. Bang bang! Two muffled sounds rang out as the two of them flew out of the store and crashed into the ground. They died. Instant kill. It was also at this time that Long Fei patted the dust off his hands and said slightly, Stop nagging, let's attack together, don't waste my time. Dozens of people, that was equivalent to several hundred striking energy value. Right now, there was only one domain treasure. Main gun still needed 4 domain treasures to fill it up, and these people could provide one. Too arrogant. How can the skyscraper city allow you to behave so atrociously? Yi Tianjiao let out a heavy shout and said, Charge! Kill him! Long Fei was not afraid in the slightest. He did not care about these people at all. At this moment, a voice came from the back of the crowd and shouted, I want to see who King dares to touch my friend? As soon as he finished, boom! Yi Jingyun landed heavily on the ground and stood beside Long Fei. He stared at Yi Tianqing and said, Third uncle, he is my friend. Yi Tianqing said, So what if you friend? You three are waste, but dare to behave so atrociously in the skyscraper city? Injuring Yi Yu, if we let him go today, what would be our Yi family's face? Yi Jingyun, you better leave. Otherwise, don't blame me for being impolite. Yi Tianting was secretly happy because Yi Jingyun had gotten involved. Long Fei slightly said, "You can go to the side." Yi Jingyun did not move, but said, "Third uncle, I'm doing it for your own good, and for the Yi family's good. Do not make a move, or else. You cannot afford the consequences." Who is Long Fei? He could even kill the elder Chang Dao and the hall master of the pill hall. Why would he be afraid of these people? Ha ha ha! Yi Tianjiao loudly laughed. The surrounding Yi family disciples and guards also laughed out loud. They felt that this was a very funny joke. Yi Tianting said, "Can't bear the consequences?" It's said that all things are grouped together, and all people are grouped in group. No one has said anything about it, as trash likes to be together with trash. Try saying trash again. Long Fei interrupted him immediately. Yi Tianting was displeased that his words were interrupted. He glared at Long Fei and said, "Trash, trash, I say you are a trash, but can you take me?" Shwa! Suddenly, an afterimage flashed past like a bolt of lightning. Long Fei suddenly appeared behind Yi Tianting, coldly saying, "Die." Yi Tianting coldly laughed and said, "Just based on a useless trash like you." Before he could even say the word thing, his neck suddenly felt a sharp pain, followed by a line of blood that seeped out. His throat cracked and his body became cold and gloomy. Moreover, he could no longer feel his own heartbeat nor his own brain. The world was spinning and shaking. His head fell off his neck. Just now, Long Fei's wave of force had directly broke his neck. It was a complete mess. Blood sprayed wildly. Long Fei laughed coldly. "Who's the trash?" Yi Jingyun also said slightly, "I told you not to act recklessly, how is it now? What's the point?" The surrounding Yi family disciples were all shocked. His face was pale and his mouth was parched. Was he even human? They had never seen such speed or power before. All of them were shocked by Long Fei. None of them dared to move. It was also at this time. How dare a mere level 3 mortal realm trash act so arrogantly in my skyscraper city? A deep voice sounded, filled with rage. The crowd quickly retreated. A red-haired old man was filled with killing intent. The 4 people beside him were carrying a proud son, who was sitting on top of the seat, and was being beaten up and crippled by Long Fei. Yi Yu bellowed angrily, "What are you bunch of trash doing just standing there? Kill him. Go ahead. What are you afraid of? Brat, I said it already, you're dead today." Yi Jingyun trembled slightly, and reminded Long Fei, "That red-haired old man is the strongest general under Yi Tianqing, and is ranked in the top 5 of the Yi family. Mortal realm rank 6. Long Fei smiled slightly as he looked at red-haired old man, and said, "Finally, a decent person has arrived. Although he wasn't a boss, but it was an elite monster. Moreover," just then, the Sleeping Beauty suddenly said, "He cultivates the pure yang force, we need this kind of power." Chapter 14:12, Pure Yang Force. Chapter 14:12, Pure Yang Force. When the Sleeping Beauty said this, Long Fei became even more interested. Pure Yang Force. Is it the materials to refine the Sun God authentic artifact? Long Fei asked in his heart. The Sleeping Beauty said, "I guess so. If you can't find a better pure power, you can only use this to replace it." "Oh. Then he has 4 people now." Long Fei smiled slightly. Yi Yu and the old man also walked over. Yi Yu stared at Long Fei. "You dog, you dare to touch me? Do you know who I am now? I will skin you alive, and make you into a human chair, so that your body will be hung on the city walls. I will let everyone know the consequences of provoking me, Yi Yu." "You're done," Long Fei replied faintly. Yi Yu was extremely furious, and was extremely furious at Long Fei's disdainful expression, and shouted, "You still dare to be arrogant. Are you really done playing? Long Fei impatiently said, I'll give you another chance, shut up. When Yi Yu heard the words I'll give you a chance, his heart shook and felt a chill down his spine. He couldn't help but feel afraid, but seeing the people around him, Yi Yu shouted once again and said, Brat, you still dare to be arrogant? Before he could finish, Long Fei's figure disappeared. Red-hair old man immediately stood beside Yi Yu to protect him. At this moment, in the sky, a staff was thrown down. A deep voice rang out, a man can't play around with his words. If you don't bother this daddy, then I'll be annoyed. Rumble! A heavy strike came smashing down. Yi Yu basically did not have time to react, and he simply had no way of reacting either. Even the red-hair old man was stupefied. Podji! Just like smacking a mosquito, Yi Yu was smashed into a pile of meat paste. Lying in a pool of blood, only his lips were still twitching, as if he wanted to say something. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Yi Yu for obtaining 100 experience, Holy Source Points x10, Energy Values x10. Congratulations, player. Pft. 100 EXP, not as much as a fly. Long Fei disdained in his heart. It was his first time killing someone with such little experience. Long Fei was truly disdainful to kill this kind of person, but if you didn't kill him, he would always be like a fly in front of you. Red-hair old man's eyes were filled with rage as he stared at the pile of meat on the ground. His fury soared as he roared loudly, Kill him! Whoever dares to take half a step back, I will not hold back. Red-hair old man grabbed the two disciples beside him and threw them heavily at Xiang Longfei. Yi Jingyun shouted, You are all disciples of the Yi family, not Yi Tianqing's private army. You all have seen his cultivation just now, it's only one life, please cherish it for yourself. Many people were afraid. At the same time, quite a few people rushed forward. However, Long Fei did not show mercy anymore. It was not hard to tell from Yi Jingyun's tone that these were his hostile forces within the Yi family. He moved his hands and made a grasping motion. Every time he attacked, he would be instantly killed. Ding! 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 The system beep-s flew up, but their experience points were not high. Currently, people at his level of cultivation who were lower than him had pitifully little experience, but what he wanted was not experience points, but striking energy value. Boom! Boom! People kept rushing forward, and people kept falling. Yi Jingyun and Nangong Yen didn't even have the chance to attack. Charge forward! Fleeing! Die! The red hair pulled his 5 fingers into a claw and grabbed the top of the man's head. 5 bloody holes appeared and the man instantly fell to the ground, dead. His methods were vicious. They're fighting. Patriarch, the battle started. A guard ran into the courtyard to report. Yi Tianqing asked, Is Jing Yun all right? The guard said, The young master is fine, but Yi Yu is dead and so is the third elder. More than half of the disciples groomed by the great clan elder over the years have died. Huh! Yi Tianqing's expression shook. What did you say? The guard said, Patriarch, that brat is too powerful. The third elder was instantly killed, I'm afraid. This time, the great elder is going to fall flat on his head. Yi Tianqing immediately said, Bring me there. Grand Elder's estate. First elder, it's bad, we're fighting. A flustered guard ran in. Yi Tianqing slightly said, Since they are already fighting, then why should we be so nervous? The guard said, Third elder is dead. Furthermore, young master is dead too. What? Yi Tianqing suddenly stood up, and with a heavy smack of his right hand, the entire table was turned into fine powder. A powerful aura rolled out. The guard could not take it and said with difficulty, Many disciples have died. Great Elder, you should quickly go and take a look. Boom! The aura on Yi Tianqing's body burst forth, transforming into a ball of flame that rushed out. You're the only one left. Long Fei looked at red-hair old man and smiled slightly. Is being at the 6th level of the Chun stage really that awesome? Come, come, come. Let me see you're amazing. Long Fei looked at the red-hair old man in front of him and gave a cold smile. The red-hair old man stared at Long Fei and said, "This is the skyscraper city. After killing so many people, don't even think about escaping." Long Fei shrugged his shoulders and laughed. "I never thought of escaping. Why did you escape?" "Right." Long Fei asked. "How did you cultivate the pure yang force on your body? This matter is very important. If I can find a way for them to cultivate the pure yang force, then maybe I can find a pure power." Red-hair old man's eyes trembled, and he said, "You actually know that I cultivate the pure yang force. Who exactly are you?" Long Fei said, "Don't say that, I will answer whatever I ask you so that you can live longer. If you continue talking like that, then that is what will happen to you." Red-hair old man shouted, "Brat, who do you think you are? Since you know that I cultivate the pure yang force, then you should know how powerful I am." As soon as he finished, boom! Red-hair old man rushed forward and released a very dense power, as though the blazing sun had suddenly landed on top of Long Fei's head. The heat was unbearable. "This is the pure yang force?" The corner of Long Fei's mouth twitched, and his body slowly melted into magma. Red-hair old man punched down. Long Fei's body did not move. The burst of magma directly sucked the red-hair old man in. His right hand moved, suck star over China. Hand over all your pure yang force. Boom! He frantically sucked in the red-hair old man, and the dense pure yang force was absorbed into his body. It was also at this time Long Fei's body became hot and dry. For some reason, his murderous intent became stronger. "Kid! Stop!" Yi Tianqing roared, and a heavy pressure came crashing down. Chapter 14:13 Target Lock. Chapter 14:13 Target Lock. Hot. It was incomparably hot. Long Fei activated his magmatic fruit, but his body still felt incomparably hot and dry, causing him to be extremely irritated and filled with a strong killing intent. Facing Yi Tianqing's suppression, Long Fei was not afraid at all. He bellowed loudly, "If you say stop, then stop. Who the F***ck are you?" His eyes were crimson red. The lava all over his body was boiling. The suck star over China on his right hand consumed the pure yang force in red-hair old man's body even more frantically. At the moment of lightning flash, Yi Tianqing unleashed all his firepower as he heavily slashed Xiang Longfei with his palm. With a roar, he said, "Brat, die for me." Yi Jingyan suddenly moved and leaned forward. "Young Master Long, be careful." At this moment, Nangong Yen also moved in the air and clashed with the sword in his hand. The sword in his hand transformed into countless of sword beams that immediately sealed off Yi Tianqing's attack. However, useless. The blazing flames that exploded out of Yi Tianqing's body got closer and closer to Nangong Yen and burnt away his sword qi. Pure yang force, an incomparably thick and dense pure yang force, was at least 10 times more powerful than what the red-hair old man had. It was so powerful that all the water in the air in the entire skyscraper city seemed to have evaporated in an instant. It became incomparably dry and cracked. The ground began to crack at a speed visible to the naked eye. The surrounding buildings were instantly transformed into dust. Pure yang force. It has the attribute of destruction? Long Fei was overwhelmed with shock. He had never thought that the pure yang force would be powerful to this extent, but he became even more excited. If the pure yang force was so powerful, how strong would the Sun God authentic artifact be? Excited. Too excited. Nangong Yan's expression tightened and shouted, "Long Fei, careful!" She could not resist. However, she did not retreat. The sword qi was burned away. The long sword in her hand moved, blocking the attack. Die! Boom! The long sword in Nangong Yan's hand turned into liquid and dropped down little by little, but could not bear the pure yang force that erupted from Yi Tianqing's body. Too strong. However, Nangong Yan did not release any evil energy. Long Fei growled out, "Boom! Magma explosion fist! Boom, boom, boom!" A few consecutive punches sent the red-hair old man flying, and with a heavy chop from his feet, his body soared to the sky and landed right in front of Nangong Yan, staring at him. Drip! Swish! As the magma flowed, his eyes became increasingly vicious. Killing intent exploded out. In that instant, a domineering aura burst out from within Long Fei's magmatic fruit S. Nangong Yan's body could not hold on and directly fell from the sky. Yi Jingyun also felt a little dizzy. In the distance, wherever the domineering aura went, those below the morning star realm all fell to the ground. How domineering, don't let Long Fei understand it all. It was under the stimulation of the pure yang force that the domineering aura of the magmatic fruit and the large-scale red dog was activated, forming a strong impact on Yi Tianqing. Although he did not faint, his strength had been greatly reduced. At this moment, Long Fei's fists exploded, blood moon punch. Lava surged, and in this instant it became incomparably hard rock. A fist struck forward explosively, directly smashing into Yi Tianqing's lower jaw. One punch. Blood moon punch had an inskill property. However, this time, he didn't succeed. Long Fei did not stop. In the instant that Yi Tianqing was blasted flying, he charged forward and quickly arrived at the point where Yi Tianqing landed on the ground. Clenching both of his fists, he formed a battle axe and cleaved down heavily. Who wants their life now? Rumble! Pft! Yi Tianqing's body caved in as he spat out a large mouthful of blood. Then, his body fell onto the ground with a heavy thump, creating a deep crater. However, his reaction was not slow, even though he was severely injured. After smashing into the deep pit, he quickly jumped out of the pit to prevent Long Fei from attacking again. Long Fei looked at the amount of blood on top of Yi Tianqing's head and muttered in his heart, "The 2 critical hits only hit him with 1/3 of his HP, and the pure yang force still has a defense? Or could it be that he has a defensive treasure on him? Come on!" Long Fei gave a heavy shout and said, "Didn't you want my life? Come again." Yi Tianqing's mouth was bleeding. His eyes staring straight at Long Fei, he asked, "Who exactly are you?" Long Fei was not simple. What was the lava on his body? Moreover, just now, he did not release that oppressive might, but it did give him a huge impact. What kind of power was this? He had never felt such power before. It was also because of that instant that Long Fei found the chance to enter a trance. Domineering. The dominance of the One Piece. How could he understand? Not to mention him, even Long Fei had only just released the domineering aura that a general red dog possessed. Hearing Yi Tianqing's words, Long Fei's heart trembled as he looked at the system's flickering red light. Ding! Congratulations, player Long Fei, for comprehending King's Tyrant Flame. You have gained 100,000 experience points, 10,000 holy source points, and 10,000 points as a special reward. Domineering King's Breath? Awesome! Long Fei grinned. I'm the one who killed you. The pure yang force on Yi Tianqing's body was too dense. It was the power he needed to refine the Yang God authentic artifact. Kid, don't be too arrogant. The anger in Yi Tianqing's heart surged, and his eyes became bloodshot. He kept thinking about Long Fei's identity. The final result was the expert that Yi Tianqing found from the outside. His heart had also become cold. Yi Tianqing, Yi Tianqing, Yi Tianqing, although I have done many things that let you down, I did not want your life. Since you made the first move, then I. The corners of Yi Tianqing's eyes twitched a few times. Long Fei laughed. This daddy has always been this arrogant since young. What can you do? Stop wasting my breath, directly do it. At this time, Yi Tianqing descended and said, "This brother, please wait." Long Fei's gaze turned cold, and he said, "Are you here to stop me as well?" Yi Jingyun immediately said, "Young Master Long, he is my father." Yi Tianqing immediately laughed. "Yi Tianqing, you are really vicious. You actually found an assassin to deal with me regarding the Yi family's internal matters? All right. I admit defeat today. But," Yi Tianqing said coldly, "this matter will not end like this. Just you wait." Finished. Yi Tianqing instantly escaped, transforming into a ball of flowing light that flew out of Skyscraper City. Trying to run? Long Fei wanted to chase after him. "Have you asked this, Daddy?" The idea moved. Long Fei immediately took out the golden cudgel, and it quickly evolved and became a level 1 warrior. Long Fei killed and exploded consecutively, and his energy values had already been fully filled up. Ding! Target locked. Chapter 14 Good boy, you're finally here. Chapter 14 Good boy, you're finally here. How could a duck with its mouth let it escape? Definitely not. Carrying the dragon coffin on his shoulder, Long Fei wanted to shoot a cannonball into the sky, but suddenly blocked in front of Long Fei and said, "Little brother, can you let him go?" Yi Tianqing didn't know why either. When Long Fei took out the dragon coffin, he already felt a strong sense of danger, so he naturally blocked it. Because Yi Tianqing was his big brother. Brother by blood. Yi Jingyun also walked over and said, "Young Master Long, please let my uncle go this once." The two pleaded. Long Fei's eyes grew cold as he replied, "He has already made it clear that he will not let this go easily. Rather than leaving behind some hidden dangers, it's better to solve the problem at hand." Yi Tianqing said, "No matter what he did, he is still my big brother, and everything he did in the Yi family today can be said to be ruined. I beg you to spare his life." Yi Jingyun looked at Long Fei with pleading eyes. "Huff! That's all you have to say. Alright, it's up to you guys." Long Fei could only give up. Although he knew that Yi Tianqing would definitely return to take revenge, this was a matter for the Yi family. Moreover, if Yi Tianqing had a strong power backing him, it might even attract some boss-level characters for him, which wasn't bad. Long line, big fish. You better not come back. If you do, hee. Long Fei smiled slightly in his heart. Yi Tianqing was very fast. He knew how to take control of the situation. When Yi Tianqing escaped, he only needed a few hours to suppress those who opposed him. This was a method. Yi family, Yi Tianqing's courtyard. Brother Long, this time, the Yi family's internal strife really thanks you for your help. Jingyun also mentioned you to me and said that you had always taken care of him. Thank you. Yi Tianqing said. Long Fei's appearance had helped him greatly. This gave him time to prepare. Long Fei said, "He's my brother, there's no need to thank me for taking care of him. Clan leader Yi, I would like to ask, do you know how to cultivate the pure yang force?" There was a pure yang force in Red Hair Old Man, but it had been absorbed by Long Fei, but it was still not enough. Originally, he could have absorbed Yi Tianqing's pure yang force, but he escaped. Long Fei had no choice but to ask Yi Tianqing. Yi Tianqing's eyes revealed a look of astonishment. He was hesitant, but still said it out and said, "The pure yang force is our Yi family's top secret, and also Skyscraper City's secret. It is a power that only our Yi family can cultivate." Long Fei slightly said, "If I'm not wrong, there should be a wave of Earth-Sun Essence Qi under the Skyscraper City, and the Yi family's pure yang force should also come from the Earth-Sun Essence Qi, right?" This was what the Sleeping Beauty had said. You want Long Fei to see it? He wouldn't be able to tell even if he looked at it for the rest of his life. Furthermore, he didn't like to think about things that he could do. The shock in Yi Tianqing's eyes became even stronger, and he said, "Brother Long is right, there is indeed a wave of Earth-Yang essence beneath the Skyscraper City. Our Yi family calls it the Long Yang Marrow." As soon as he finished, the Sleeping Beauty suddenly said, That's right, Long Yang Marrow. If you can get them, then you can completely refine the Sun God's authentic artifact. The pure Yang force was not as powerful as the pure power, but it was far less powerful and ferocious than the power of Long Yang. The Yang God's authentic artifact needed to be tempered by Long Yang Marrow. Long Fei was secretly shocked in his heart. Yi Tianxing continued to speak. It can be said that this Long Yang Marrow is able to form a single drop every 10,000 years. It can be said to be incomparably precious. It's just that I don't know if these rumors are true or false. The reason why Yi Tianxing controlled the Yi family is because of the Long Yang Marrow. Yi Jingyun said in shock. Father, how come I don't know anything about this matter? This is the first time I've heard of this. Yi Tianxing said. I didn't want you to know that it was to protect you. I didn't send you to the Tower Question of God Assessment Department to let you shoulder the heavy responsibility of the family. I wanted you to escape this calamity. Sigh. In his heart, Yi Jingyun was eliminated by the Tower Question of God. Yi Jingyun did not explain any further. After all, his current results were not outstanding, making it difficult for him to successfully enter the Tower Question of God. Long Fei pondered for a moment, then said, Clan Leader Yi, I would like to know how long it will be before the Long Yang Marrow is formed? Yi Tianxing looked at Long Fei, a look of caution in his eyes, and he shook his head. I'm not sure about that either. Yi Jingyun said, Father, if you know about this, then tell young Master Long that young Master Long should need this drop of Long Yang Marrow. This time young Master Long has helped us, we should thank him. With regards to Long Fei's cultivation, Yi Tianxing had nothing to say. But this was still the Yi family's foundation. He couldn't possibly let someone outside the Yi family control the Long Yang Marrow. This was the responsibility of the patriarch. Yi Tianxing slightly said, I really don't know when it will take shape, I am very sorry. Long Fei smiled faintly and said, It's nothing, I was just casually asking. They returned back to their temporary residence from Yi Tianxing's courtyard. Nangong Yen immediately said, Yi Tianxing definitely knows when it will take shape. He didn't say that he stole your Long Yang Marrow. Long Fei said, I know, after all, this is the Yi family's foundation, and the Yi family relied on the Long Yang Marrow to grow. Nangong Yen asked, Long Fei, do you really need Long Yang Marrow? Naturally, refining a Sun God authentic artifact was very important. However, Long Fei did not say anything. He just looked at Nangong Yen and asked, What did you say in the day? Day. What did I say during the day? Nangong Yen stared blankly, then suddenly thought of something as her cheeks flushed red. She immediately said in a low voice, I'm going to change clothes. Come in later. Lord Pavilion Master, please take revenge for me. Yi Tianxing kneeled on the ground. In the demonic palace, a man covered in purple light had charming eyes, exuding an aura of death. He stared at Yi Tianxing, who was on the ground, and asked coldly, How much time until the day the Long Yang Marrow is formed? Yi Tianxing said, It's in these few days, there's a possibility any time, maybe it'll take shape right now. Before he could finish his words, suddenly, in the direction of the skyscraper city, a beam of fire soared to the sky from the Yi family's forbidden grounds, like an eruption. Yi Tianxing suddenly stood up and said, It's formed, the Long Yang Marrow is formed. Evil Heaven Pavilion. Everyone move. The corners of Tianxia's mouth curled up as he looked into the darkness and said softly, Sir Yan Huang, would you like to take a look as well? In the darkness, an old man whose body was covered in yellow light smiled and said, I won't be going. Tianxia said, I will bring you Long Yang's profound qi in person. With that, he flew out. The old man laughed. You won't get the Long Yang Marrow. Because. The old man paused. Because the person you are going to face is Long Fei. Good boy. It's finally here, ha ha ha. I've been waiting for you for a long time. Chapter 14-15 Stealing In. Chapter 14-15, Stealing in, It's about to take shape. It's about to take shape. Everyone hurry to the forbidden area. Quick, quick, quick. The entire Yi family was brightly lit. Almost everyone was rushing towards the forbidden area. The long young marrow was formed. The fire essence that erupted in the forbidden grounds was the first sign of this. Even the entire skyscraper city's surface could feel the scorching heat emitted by the cave of the Earth's sun. It continued to emit hot steam. Strangely, according to the Yi family's records, the long young marrow's formation time was usually daytime, formed under the blazing sun. However, this time, for some reason, it was at night. One had to know that the difference in pure yang force at night was even greater than during the day. The absorption of long yang's essence would also be slightly slower. At this time, the bright moon was high in the sky. The sun was the sun and the moon was the clouds. At this time, the long yang marrow took shape. This was a very bad omen. Yi Tianqing frowned. Why did it take shape at night? Patriarch, what do we do now? A lot of Yi family's disciples have already rushed out of the forbidden area. They can't control the scene at all. An elder said. Any disciple of the Yi family would know what a long yang marrow meant. It meant strength. This meant that he could soar into the sky. Even if they could not enter the forbidden grounds, being near the long yang marrow would help their cultivation by a lot. Many disciples and even elders would not be able to cultivate the pure yang force, and with the help of the long yang marrow, their speed of cultivation would increase by several fold. No one wanted to miss it. Yi Tianqing said, since that's the case. After pondering for a moment, he said, then we should maintain the area well. All disciples are allowed to cultivate outside the forbidden grounds. There's one thing I need to control, and that is that the danger zone cannot allow anyone to enter, especially disciples with another surname, absolutely cannot. Yes, sir. The few elders rushed over at top speed. Go call the young master. Yi Tianqing instructed, then proceeded to the forbidden grounds. Young Master Long, Young Master Long. Yi Jingyun rushed over to Long Fei's residence in a hurry. Long Fei also felt the eruption of the pure yang force. The pure yang force he absorbed seemed to resonate with his body. Yi Jingyun said, Young Master Long, the long yang marrow is about to take shape, let's go take a look. Long Fei slightly said, I am an outsider, the long yang marrow is your Yi family's top secret, isn't that a little inappropriate for me to go? Also, earlier, I heard the order that disciples with different surnames are not allowed to approach the forbidden area. However, Yi Jingyun didn't care that much and said, my father is that kind of stubborn old fogey, so don't take his words to heart. Besides, we were only going to take a look and didn't say that we must get anything at all. I'm very familiar with the forbidden region. I know the other way and I'm sure no one knows. Yi Jingyun said in a low voice. I'll go too. Nangong Yen walked out of the room. However, the clothes that she was wearing during the day were not the sexy and alluring blue dress she wore earlier. Yi Jingyun immediately said, Come with me, I also want to know what kind of long yang marrow the Yi family is that even I do not know. Long Fei did not continue. Actually, he desperately needed long yang marrow, needed this power to temper them. Sleeping Beauty had once said, long yang marrow could allow the destroy god mind to absorb more, and also allow it to erupt more, and refine the yang god's authentic artifact. The three of them moved stealthily, quickly approaching the back of the forbidden area. At this moment, the outside of the forbidden area was packed with people, and waves of red light were flickering within the forbidden area. Every time the red light flashed out, many disciples would frantically absorb it. Some people's hair even began to mutate and turn into a fiery red color. This caused many of the disciples to be wild with joy. The hair variation was a sign. Signs of cultivating pure yang force. The patriarch is here. A disciple suddenly shouted. Yi Tianqing slightly said, Everyone, don't be distracted, just stay here and cultivate. I hope you all can take advantage of this opportunity to cultivate the pure yang force. You will be the pillars supporting the Yi family. Don't worry about being chased away. Use your full potential. The Yi family needed to be strengthened. He needed to win over the hearts of the people. This was a very good opportunity. Those disciples shed tears of gratitude one after another, while the elders who had defended Yi Tianqing before were also incomparably touched. If anyone dares to oppose the clan leader again in the future, I'll be the first to kill him. He's the only one who truly cares for our disciples. What a great clan leader! Where can we find such a good patriarch? They were all praising him. At this time, one of the disciples hurriedly reporting to the patriarch, "The young master has not been found." Yi Tianqing's face tensed up. "What? Go look for it again. Also, let's go to Long Fei's courtyard and see if he's still in the courtyard." "Yes, sir." Yi Tianqing was a little worried that something might happen. The moment he saw Long Fei, he felt that he was not ordinary. It was the feeling of not giving up until he had achieved his goal. Even Yi Tianqing was not his opponent. If he wanted the Yi family's Long Yang marrow, then who could stop him? The Long Yang marrow was the Yi family's foundation that had flourished for 10,000 years. If it was taken away by others, the Yi family would quickly wither and eventually perish. No matter who it is, the Long Yang marrow cannot be given to others. Yi Tianqing was very clear on this point. Long Fei could give her anything, but not the Long Yang marrow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. One after another, evil and ghostly shadows shot out. "It's right in front." Yi Tianqing led the way, followed by a group of powerhouses from the Evil Heaven Pavilion. "Who is it?" Yi Tianqing landed heavily and said in a heavy voice, "You dog, you don't even recognize me anymore? Big elder?" One of the guards shivered slightly. Another guard said, "Grand Elder, the clan leader has issued a curfew order. No one is allowed to come out." "You? What's wrong with me?" Yi Tianqing's eyes turned sinister. The guard said, "You can't enter the city." Before he could finish speaking, 5 bloody holes appeared on the guard's head in an instant. Yi Tianqing said coldly, "You're courting death." The other guard wanted to escape, but was sent flying by an evil elder with a palm. His body immediately exploded. Tianxie looked at Yi Tianqing and said, "Go straight to the Yi family's forbidden grounds. The Long Yang marrow's aura is getting stronger and stronger." Yi Tianqing immediately replied, "Understood." Within the forbidden area, red light burst out in waves. It was extremely hot. Yi Jingyan muttered, "I didn't notice it when I came over to play an hour later, but I didn't expect that there would be such a huge change inside." Within the forbidden area, it turned into something similar to a volcanic crater. Within the crater was boiling hot lava. Wave after wave of powerful forces surged up from the ground, causing the lava to churn non-stop. The Sleeping Beauty suddenly said, "The Long Yang marrow is inside the flame essence." Chapter 14:16 Dragon and Yang Forming. Chapter 14:16 Dragon and Yang Forming in the Fire Liquid? Long Fei's heart trembled. He stared at the ball of boiling fire liquid, his eyes in a daze. This was no ordinary flame essence. This was the flame essence that carried the Long Yang marrow. Even if Long Fei used the power of the magmatic fruit, he would not be able to enter the flame essence. It was impossible to take the Long Yang marrow out of the fire essence. Can Golden Cudgel do? Immediately. Long Fei did not think too much about it. With a wave of his right hand, he summoned the Golden Cudgel. Buzz! Rumble! With a hum and a loud sound, flames shot up into the sky. Before the Golden Cudgel could come into contact with the fire essence, an incomparably strong wave of pure power sent Long Fei flying. His arm went numb, and the Golden Cudgel almost flew out of his hands. "What a powerful strength!" Long Fei muttered, "There's a powerful pure power wrapped in this liquid." Nangong Yen said, "It seems to be a flame barrier." Yi Jingyan said, "Young Master Long, even you can't do it?" Long Fei shook his head and said, "I have to think of another way." This sort of thing that was born from tens of thousands of years had its own spiritual sense. Simply put, it had its own life and intelligence. It would absolutely not let anyone near it. Just now, he had used a golden cudgel. If Long Fei had gone down there himself, the consequences would have been even worse. "Sister, is there any way?" Long Fei asked as soon as he moved. The Sleeping Beauty said, "I'll think about it. I think. Huff, huff, huff. Thinking about it. In less than 3 seconds, the Sleeping Beauty was about to fall asleep. Long Fei. Are you kidding me when you fall asleep at this time? I definitely can't let you think about it in the future. It's King fatal. Long Fei secretly complained in his heart. The Sleeping Beauty had fallen asleep, and he would not be able to think of a solution in a short period of time. However, until now, Yi Tianxing did not allow anyone to enter the forbidden grounds. It was obvious that the Long Yang marrow had not formed, it still needed time to mature. Long Fei calmed down and said, "Let me think first." Bam! Boom! Ha ha! Yi Tianxing, get out here. The people of the Evil Heaven Pavilion had arrived. After a slaughter from the Yi family's gate all the way to the forbidden grounds, seeing that the Yi family's disciples were all cultivating here, Yi Tianxing sneered in disdain. What qualifications does this group of trash have to train in the power of Long Yang marrow? Yi Tianxing walked out and said, "Big brother, anyone from the Yi family can train in Long Yang marrow, and so can you." Humph! Yi Tianxing, stop crying in front of me. What are you thinking? I know that the Yi family will fall sooner or later if Dad gives the Yi family to you. Yi Tianxing said in disdain, "Look at what you have been doing all these years. What has the Yi family been made of by you? Yi Tianxing, if you hand over the patriarch's seat now, I can spare your life." Yi Tianxing bellowed. At this time, a few elders stood up and said, "Yi Tianxing, this is the Yi family's forbidden area. Either leave by yourself or we will chase you away." As they spoke, several elders stood up, and many disciples also stood up. "All right. Good, very good, very good. You trash want to oppose me? Then go to hell." With that said, dozens of demonic phantoms flew out from the darkness behind Yi Tianxing, their shrill ghostly wails resonating in the air, followed by heads flying out one by one. Many disciples were instantly killed. Yi Tianxing's eyes darkened and he said angrily, "Yi Tianxing, you actually colluded with the evil demon?" Yi Tianxing laughed coldly. "Are you forcing all of this? You hired a hitman to deal with me, can't I collude with the evil demons to deal with you? Ha ha! If you can do the first year, can't I do the 15th? Yi Tianxing's brows twitched, and the dense pure yang force burst out, a powerful force rushing out, striking one of the evil demon elders away. At this moment, Yi Tianxing sped up like the wind, and his claws were like a ball of flame as they directly grabbed towards Yi Tianxing. "There seems to be a fight outside. Young Master Long, you guys stay here. I'll go out and take a look." Yi Jingyan was a little worried. Long Fei said, "Do you want me to go with you?" Yi Jingyan said, "No need, you guys stay in the forbidden grounds. No matter what happens outside, do not go out." Outsiders were not allowed to enter the Yi family's forbidden grounds. If Long Fei went out, he would become the Yi family's enemy. "All right, then you be careful," Long Fei reminded her. Yi Jingyan quickly rushed out. Long Fei looked at the fiery liquid that was still boiling inside the crater, and muttered, "Is there no way to get close to it?" He looked at Nangong Yan and asked, "Why aren't you saying anything?" Nangong Yan's eyes became unfocused, she stared straight at the exit of the forbidden grounds, and said, "I seem to have sensed the evil demon's qi." She was from the evil oracle. Long Fei was very clear about this matter. Her reaction to demonic energy was extremely strong. The evil chi that the people from the evil heaven pavilion were releasing, she could instantly feel it. However, this demonic chi was very weak. Nangong Yen said slightly, "Something may have happened to the Yi family." Long Fei frowned. "It can't be the punish evil secret territories evil god again, right?" Nangong Yen shook his head. "No, but their power is enough to deal with the Yi family." Long Fei said, "Then what are we waiting for? Get out and help." Nangong Yen glanced at Long Fei and said, "All right." At this moment, rumble! A stream of fire essence erupted. The surging fire essence blossomed like a lotus flower, and at the center of it, there was a fiery red bead. The long yang marrow was formed. At this moment, Yi Tianqing's face changed. "It's formed." Yi Tianqing immediately said, "Master Tianxie, the long yang marrow has formed." In that instant, everyone stopped fighting and turned to look at the forbidden area. Coincidentally, Yi Jingyun was standing at the entrance of the forbidden grounds, looking at the large amount of dead and injured Yi family disciples. When Yi Tianqing saw his son, he shouted loudly, "Shocking cloud, run!" Boom! Tianxie laughed coldly, "Run? No one can escape." The evil shadow moved and landed in front of Yi Jingyun, and before Yi Jingyun could react, he struck out with his palm. Rumble! Yi Jingyun's body flew into the forbidden grounds like a remnant of a thread. Tianxie also followed and rushed in. After that, the experts of the evil heavenly pavilion all rushed in. Yi Tianqing laughed out loud and said, "Yi Tianqing, you have guarded this forbidden ground for so many years, what can you do? The long yang marrow was snatched from your hands, ha ha! Let's see how you face the ancestors, ha ha ha!" At this moment, Yi Tianqing also rushed into the forbidden ground. "Patriarch, what should we do?" "Patriarch, we can't care so much. No matter what, we can't let the long yang marrow fall into the hands of the evil demon." Yi Tianqing clenched his fists tightly and said, "All of you enter the forbidden grounds." Chapter 14-17 Swallowing the Tathagata Divine Pill. Chapter 14-17 Swallowing the Tathagata Divine Pill. The long yang marrow has formed. Wah, it's so beautiful! That's a fire lotus. It's also called a hellfire lotus. Suddenly, the sleeping beauty woke up. Long Fei was surprised for a moment and said, "Are you thinking of how to get hold of it now?" "That what? If you don't know yet, don't even think about it. Otherwise, you'll fall asleep again later." Long Fei was afraid that the sleeping beauty would fall asleep again. He had always been suspicious in his heart. Just how good was his sleep? The sleeping beauty giggled and said, "You won't be sleeping now. I've already given you the method." "Huh?" Long Fei asked. "What method? How come I didn't know?" The sleeping beauty said, "The Tathagata Divine Pill. Take the Tathagata Divine Pill, and you will be able to obtain this long yang marrow. Remember, you must take out the hellfire lotus as well." The sleeping beauty reminded him. Tathagata Divine Pill? Long Fei was shocked. The sleeping beauty's words caused him to be incomparably shocked. Could she have already predicted what would happen today while concocting the Tathagata Divine Pill? The Tathagata Divine Pill was prepared for today? If that was really the case, then she was too sharp. He was unimaginably awesome. Just as Long Fei was about to swallow the Tathagata Divine Pellet, his body fell from the sky. Bam! At this moment, an evil shadow heavily descended and stepped onto Yi Jingyun's chest. Both of his eyes looked up at the nearby Long Fei, and his gaze darkened. "There's someone else in the forbidden grounds?" Seeing the hellfire lotus in full bloom and looking at the fiery red bead in the middle, his face revealed an excited expression. "Ha ha! The long yang marrow! He's mine now!" The evil shadow moved, suddenly flying down, one hand grabbing at the long yang marrow. Long Fei smirked. "Idiot!" Bam! Rumble! A pure power shot out from the evil shadow and struck a rock in the distance, causing him to spurt out a mouthful of blood. Heavy critical strikes. Tianxie also descended as he stared at Long Fei. At this moment, another demon rushed down. Boom! Similarly, he was directly sent flying by the thick and profound pure power. There was no way to approach at all. Yi Tianqing also rushed forward when he saw Long Fei. Killing intent surged in his eyes and he sneered. "Kid, we meet again? This time, you're dead for sure." Tianxie shouted coldly, "Don't worry about him, what if we get the Long Yang marrow?" Yi Tianqing retracted his gaze, and looked at the bead on the fire lotus in the pit with a slightly startled expression. It was also the first time he had seen a Long Yang marrow. Yi Tianqing brought his people and rushed into the forbidden grounds. He shouted loudly, "Yi Tianqing, they are demons, and if the Long Yang marrow were to fall into their hands, you would be the Yi family's sinner." "Humph! I'm a sinner of the Yi family. And what are you? Look, your son has long brought outsiders into the forbidden area. What qualifications do you have to criticize me?" Yi Tianqing said disdainfully, then said without hesitation, "According to the Yi family's ancient book, as long as you break through a pure Yang barrier, you can obtain the Long Yang marrow." Yi Tianqing. Yi Tianqing was as if he had gone mad. This was a top secret of the Yi family. Yi Tianqing laughed coldly. "Yi Tianqing, from the moment I escaped from the skyscraper city, I have never been a member of the Yi family. I must destroy it with my own hands." "Ha ha ha! After all these years of living like a dog and being at your beck and call, what did I get? Nothing. What did you give me? Nothing. If you don't let me off, I definitely won't let you off either." Yi Tianqing seemed to have gone crazy. And then, Tianxie said, "How do I break through the pure Yang barrier?" "Huh!" Yi Tianqing recovered from the shock and said, "About this, there's no record of it in the ancient books, I don't know." "Then what's the use of talking nonsense with me?" Tianxie's eyes turned cold. Yi Tianqing's body trembled slightly as he pointed at Yi Tianqing and said, "I don't know, but he knows." Tianxie looked at Yi Tianqing and said, "I only want the Long Yang marrow, give it to me, and I will not kill anyone from the Yi family." Yi Tianqing laughed coldly, "Dream on." "Huh!" Tianxie's eyes turned sinister. He walked up to the heavily injured Yi Jingyun and sneered. "He is your son, right?" After which, he stepped forward. Yi Jingyun spat out another mouthful of black blood, and his face became pale. "Father, don't tell him." Yi Tianqing clenched his fists tightly and said, "If you have the guts, come at me." Bam! Tianxie stomped down once again, his ribs breaking, and Yi Jingyun spat out another mouthful of blood, the blood spraying all over his face. Yi Tianqing, who was at the side, laughed out loud and said, "Yi Tianqing, your son is about to die, ha ha. Patriarch, the young master. Patriarch. We can't let them get the Long Yang marrow. Patriarch, save the young master." Yi Tianqing did not know how to make his choice. One was his son, while the other was the Yi family's fate. Moreover, he was very clear that he could not believe Tianxie's words. Even if he obtained the Long Yang marrow, the Yi family would still die in their hands. At this moment, Long Fei took a step forward and said, "I can obtain the Long Yang marrow." As soon as he finished, the entire forbidden grounds suddenly became quiet, as everyone looked at Xiang Longfei. Tianxie and Yi Tianqing were the same. Yi Tianqing was startled, then laughed loudly. "Brat, you? Do you know what a Long Yang marrow is?" Long Fei didn't even look at Yi Tianqing and said, "But I have a condition." Yi Tianqing said, "Brother Long, stop messing around." He was very clear that outsiders would definitely not be able to break through the Yang barrier. If Long Fei were to go down, he would only be sent flying by the Yang barrier, and his heart would be shattered. Tianxie asked with interest, "Tell me about it." Long Fei said, "I got the Long Yang marrow, you kill him." He moved his finger and pointed at Yi Tianqing. Tianxie did not even think about it and directly replied, No problem. Yi Tianqing's body trembled slightly as he said, Master, you can't kill me. Tianxie laughed. Don't worry, he won't be able to get the long yang marrow. Yi Tianqing was also startled. That's right, someone like you can get long yang marrow? Long Fei laughed faintly as the idea swallowed the Tathagata divine pellet with a move. The aura on Long Fei's body suddenly changed, as though it was all within his body. Tianxie's gaze turned cold. Has your aura changed? On Long Fei. Only he was able to see the illusory image of Lord Tathagata, the Buddha, superimposed over his body. His strength was unparalleled. This feeling, powerful to the point of exploding. It was so satisfying that it didn't work. Chapter 14:18 Hand over your things. Chapter 14:18 Hand over your things. It was a bit of a waste for the Tathagata divine pill to be used here, as its duration was very short. Only a minute. However, since the Sleeping Beauty knew what happened today when she was refining the Tathagata divine pill, it definitely would not be a waste. Furthermore, there were still a few landflowers left, so she could still refine the Tathagata divine pill. The moment the pill entered his body, his strength exploded. Long Fei directly jumped into the deep pit. Yi Tianqing revealed a cold and contemptuous smile. He will be sent flying soon. Can a trash like him break through the barrier of the pure power? It was extremely disdainful. How strong was the pure power? Yi Tianqing had cultivated the pure yang force his whole life, but still could not produce it. The pure yang barrier, which was condensed from the essence of the pure power, could not be broken at all. Young Master Long, come back quickly, Yi Jingyun said worriedly. Yi Tianqing also said loudly, Brother Long, come back quickly. You can't endure the backlash from the pure power, come back quickly. Yi Tianqing laughed. Just you wait, the shock will turn you into a dead dog soon, ha ha. Tianxie did not laugh, but looked at Long Fei, because he felt the aura from Long Fei's body suddenly change, and become extremely strong. This was a power that he had never felt before. The Sleeping Beauty reminded him, remember, you must pluck that hellfire lotus as well. This was the second time the Sleeping Beauty reminded him. Standing in front of the hellfire lotus, the pure yang barrier burst forth with energy, blocking Long Fei's qi, forming a powerful sound of impact. Buzz, buzz. Waves of power struck Long Fei's body. Long Fei closed his eyes and extended his right hand downward. Boom! As the aura exploded, a huge Buddhist hand came crashing down. This huge Buddhist hand seemed to be able to refine the same kind of Tathagata divine pill as the Tathagata divine pill. Kacha, kacha. The pure yang barrier made a gurgling sound. He was also crazily reflecting on his own strength. Rumble! Rumble! Yi Tianqing said in disdain. Just watch, we will be sent flying right away. Tianxie's eyes turned cold and said, You seem to like him being sent flying, you really don't want me to get the long yang marrow, right? Yi Tianqing's gaze tightened, and he immediately lowered his head, saying, I don't dare. Humph! Tianxie snorted and said, If he can't get the long yang marrow, then go get it. Yi Tianqing's body trembled slightly, and he did not dare speak anymore. At this time, everyone had gathered around the hole and were watching Long Fei. Father, help young Master Long, Yi Jingyun said loudly. He could care less about his own life, but he had to protect Long Fei's. He brought Long Fei to the skyscraper city. He had to be responsible for it. Yi Tianqing replied, Too late, too late. I do not know how to break the pure yang barrier. Only one person in the Yi family obtained a long yang marrow, the rest are all long yang marrow guardians. I don't know how to break it either. Then he's dead for sure. Sigh. When the Yi family elders saw Long Fei in the pit, many of them sighed. The power of the pure yang barrier was too strong, and even Yi Tianqing was unable to undo it. However, at this moment, veins popped up on Long Fei's forehead, and with a heavy shout, he said, Break for me! The power of Buddha exploded forth. A powerful force came crushing down. The pure pressure, the overwhelming force, had directly shattered the pure yang barrier. Rumble! A ray of pure power burst out, forming a dense heat wave that shot out. The surrounding crowd suddenly shook. They looked at Long Fei with their mouths agape. It broke. The pure yang barrier has been broken. Teach, this is too strong, isn't it? Just who is this person? If the disciples that are eliminated by the Tower Question of God are already this strong, then to what extent are the official disciples of the Tower Question of God strong? Yi Tianqing was extremely shocked in his heart. Unbelievable, I actually used my strength to crush the pure yang barrier. Yi Tianqing's expression, on the other hand, became extremely ugly. Tianxie became excited and said, Quick, quick, give the long yang marrow to me. Breaking through the pure yang barrier was just a barrier. The most important thing was how to harvest the hellfire lotus. Huff! Long Fei let out a deep breath. With a move of his right hand, he extended it into the thick lava, and with a burst of power, he exploded it. What is he doing? Brat, I want you to bring the long yang marrow over, do you hear me? What are you doing? It's impossible for him to withstand Diang Lai Yan's hand. Everyone was shocked when they saw Long Fei reach his hand into the flame essence. At this moment, boom! 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 Long Fei felt a power that seemed to be able to burn everything, as if he had entered a world of flames. This kind of power made him tremble, as if it was the power of a god. The Sleeping Beauty reminded, protect your mind. Don't get distracted. Pick the Hellfire Lotus, quick! The Sleeping Beauty also became somewhat nervous, because she could feel that Long Fei was continuously sensing the powerful flame energy. He was slightly intoxicated. Once he entered the secret room, it would be extremely dangerous. Master! The Sleeping Beauty shouted. Long Fei's heart violently shook. At this very moment, his right hand suddenly lifted up, directly lifting the Hellfire Lotus out of the flame essence. Fire droplets were flowing like water through the gaps of Long Fei's fingers. Beneath the flame liquid, Long Fei took a quick glance and felt an incomparably powerful energy rush towards him. It was the flame god power that he had felt just now. Boom! The power of Buddha on Long Fei's body shook violently and smashed down heavily. Long Fei's body, which was in the dry land, picked up scallions and flew up. Huff! His back was drenched in cold sweat. Even though he had taken the Tathagata divine pellet, Long Fei was still unable to hold on for much longer. Fortunately, he had managed to jump out of the deep pit. The fire essence in the deep pit slowly disappeared, and the fire god's divine power also slowly disappeared from Long Fei's sea of consciousness. The 10,000-year-old long yang marrow had ended. It would take another 10,000 years to reappear. Everyone present looked at Long Fei. Long Fei held the Hellfire Lotus in one hand, and the long yang marrow pearl in the center of the fire lotus glowed with a red light, looking extremely beautiful. Tianxie's eyes flashed with excitement, and he said, Give it to me, quickly. Long Fei smiled slightly, Release my brother. In addition, Long Fei looked at Yi Tianqing, who was slowly retreating, and said, Kill him for me. Tianxie's gaze turned cold, and immediately grabbed Yi Jingyun, who was on the ground, and said, Don't negotiate with me, understand? Long Fei grinned and said, Really? Then don't even think about getting Long Yang Marrow S in your lifetime. Give it to me. Otherwise I'll kill him. Tianxie lost his patience. He was on the verge of going berserk. I'll give it to you. Long Fei's eyes turned sinister as he plucked the beads from the Hellfire Lotus. Anything was better than not being his brother's life. What did Long Yang Marrow count for? Chapter 14:19 Pure Lotus Demon Fire Attack. Chapter 14:19 Pure Lotus Demon Fire Attack. This brother was extremely important to Long Fei. He could feel the killing intent in Tianxie's eyes. At this moment, he had no other choice. He took the long yang marrow bead and threw it to Tianxie. Nangongyen said. Long Fei, you used your life to exchange for that. How can you give it to him? A mere evil demon, Nangongyan's eyes turned cold, and an evil aura burst out from them, becoming extremely dense. Long Fei slightly said, but I'm worried I'll save them first. Ah ha ha. I already said that I can obtain the Long Yang marrow, right, Lord Yen Huang? If that's the case, then I have the qualifications to enter the Boundless sect, ha ha ha. Tian Xie was extremely excited. The Long Yang marrow was his assessment. As long as he could obtain the Long Yang marrow, then he could enter the mysterious Empyrean divine sect. The Sky sect. This was a newly established sect. It was incomparably powerful, and could even contend against Tower Question of Goddess. The moment he got hold of the Long Yang marrow, Tian Xie went crazy with excitement. He looked at the Long Yang marrow in his hands and felt a bit of it. What a strong power! As expected of a soul treasure born after 10,000 years. Just as the Long Yang marrow was plucked, a change happened to the Hellfire Lotus in Long Fei's hand. It suddenly disappeared and entered Long Fei's hand. Suddenly, Long Fei simply could not react in time. From his palm to his heart meridian, a scorching, unbearable power burst forth, as if his blood vessels were on fire. It was very uncomfortable. Hiss, hiss. Hiss, hiss. Long Fei gasped in pain. Nangongyen, who was at the side, immediately supported Long Fei and asked, "What's wrong?" Long Fei shook his head and said, "No, nothing. The fire lotus in his hand is gone." What just happened? If the Long Yang marrow is removed, the fire lotus will definitely wither and disappear quickly. Now, the Long Yang marrow is in the hands of the evil demon. Kid, you are the sinner of the Yi family. He must be in cahoots with the demons. Many people from the Yi family started to criticize him. Nangongyen bellowed, "Are you all blind?" At this moment, Long Fei suddenly sat cross-legged. The blazing flame on his heart meridian crazily spread. In the end his entire body seemed to be ignited. He felt that hellfire lotus blooming once again, petal by petal, and furthermore, more importantly, he felt like he was sitting on a lotus seat. Grand Scholar Guan Yin's lotus seat? The Sleeping Beauty giggled and said, "Master, that Long Yang marrow is nothing. This hellfire lotus is at least 10,000 times better than it. Moreover, with this fire lotus, the process of refining a sun god authentic artifact would be even easier." Hee hee. Long Fei was also startled. He was completely dumbstruck. "You want me to lift up the entire lotus for you want it? And not a Long Yang marrow?" The Sleeping Beauty laughed. The Long Yang marrow does indeed have dense Yang energy, but the one who gave birth to it is this hellfire lotus. It is the one with the most vigorous Yang energy in the Chaos realm, and the reason why you can feel that powerful flame divine power is because of it. Now that you have fused with the hellfire lotus, your body is constantly tempering itself. Heh heh. It will be useless to refine a sun god authentic artifact, but your body will be fine now and you don't have to worry about that at all. If you're lucky, it can help you refine the sun god's body. Long Fei was extremely shocked in his heart. Wow, Yang god's physique? Isn't this too fierce? His body was constantly changing, and the aura inside Long Fei's body was also constantly changing. Since the Sleeping Beauty had said that the Hellfire Lotus was helping him refine his body, Long Fei did not stop it, and allowed it to freely roam within his body. A few minutes later, Long Fei's body slowly recovered as all the pure power entered his mind and consciousness. Refining the body was not something that could be done in a few minutes. It would take a very long time, and it would take time to build up bit by bit. Although Long Fei had merged with a Hellfire Lotus and his body had undergone some changes, he had not yet refined the Yang God's body. At this moment, the system suddenly sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to the player Long Fei for obtaining a special reward for fusing with the Hellfire Lotus. The reward is pure lotus demon fire. Do you wish to cultivate it? What? Couldn't hear it clearly for a moment, so he opened up the system to have a look. In his mind, there floated a ball of pure white flame like a white lotus, quietly burning as he looked at its name. Long Fei's heart seemed to have stopped beating. Fuck. The heck. Pure lotus demon fire, Xiao Yan's heavenly flame? Damn. System, you are going crazy. This is about to go up to the sky. Ha ha ha. Long Fei could not help but become excited. He had never thought of obtaining such a heaven-defying thing, and immediately shouted in his heart, "Cultivate, cultivate now!" Ha ha ha! In Long Fei's previous life, besides gaming, novels were another hobby. He had seen the battle that had broken through the heavens. The heavenly flame was naturally incomparably clear that when he saw the pure lotus demon fire, his entire body had been ignited. Awesome! It was also at this time. Tianxie kept the Long Yang marrow. One of the elders asked, "Pavilion Master, what should we do with these people?" Tianxie gave a cold smile and said, "Kill." Long Fei suddenly stood up and said, "You said that you would let the Yi family go once we obtain the Long Yang marrow." Tianxie sneered, "Did I say that? Why can't I remember it myself?" Then, he smiled playfully and said, "Could it be that you heard wrong? And, brat, you have to find out I am Tianxie, and you took what the evil demon said seriously. Are you stupid?" Ha ha ha! All the surrounding evil spirits burst into laughter. Yi Tiancheng also laughed out loud and said, "The Yi family, all of you can die now." Tianxie did not attack him, nor did he leave in a hurry. He wanted to see Long Fei die. Watching the Yi family perish. This is bullying. You took the Long Yang marrow, and now you still want to exterminate my Yi family? No one bullies others like that. The Yi family disciples were all furious. It's all his fault. If he did not give the Long Yang marrow to the evil demon, would we become like this? Yi Jingyun, this is a friend that you brought over. The Yi family was destroyed by him. A trash like you shouldn't have allowed you to go to the tower question of God. Shame on the Yi family. Many people were criticizing Long Fei. Yi Jingyun said heavily, "You can just say that I'm okay, but you can't say that I'm friends. If it wasn't for him, all of you would have died long ago." Long Fei did not care about what the people around him were saying, but he had a faint smile on his face, and looked at Tianxie with interest. "I gave you a chance to live." "No. Heh heh. In that case." Long Fei's gaze turned sinister, and he bellowed, "Then all of you will die here. Pure lotus demon fire, let me witness your power." Chapter 1420 A Series of Instant Kills. Chapter 1420 A Series of Instant Kills. Buzz. Long Fei flipped his right hand, and an incomparably dazzling white fire lotus rose from the center of his palm. Long Fei looked at Nangong Yen and whispered, "Control the evil energy in your body." As soon as he finished, Long Fei's figure moved, rushing straight for Tianxie. Tianxie sneered and said, "You're courting death." Evil qi burst out from his body, suppressing Long Fei. In that instant, rumble! The two forces collided. With the explosion of the pure lotus demon fire, all of the elders of the evil heaven pavilion and Tianxie's body were stained with the pure lotus demon fire. Long Fei retreated a little and smiled. Purify. Buzz. Burning nothingness, purifying power activated. Those who were touched by the slightest bit of demonic fire immediately began to burn their bodies. Moreover, the flames on their bodies could not be extinguished no matter how much they tried to pounce on them. They could not withstand it at all. Fire, fire! Extinguish the fire, help me extinguish the fire. Save me, save me! I don't want to die. One by one, they fell to the ground, their bodies slowly disappearing. It was not burnt into ashes, but it had completely disappeared. Not even a speck of it was left behind, and it had been purified from this world. This was the power of the pure lotus demon fire. Purify evil. As long as they touched even a little bit of it, they would be devoured and purified. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing an elder of the Heaven Evil Pavilion. You have gained 32011 experience, 3000 holy source, and 10 energy values. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing an elder of the Heaven Evil Pavilion. You have gained 32011 experience, 3000 holy source, and 10 energy values. The system beep-s echoed crazily. As Long Fei watched the demons disappear one by one, his heart was extremely excited, not because he killed these people, but because of the power of the pure lotus demon fire. Powerful! What a **king explosive display of strength. I can't get rid of her as long as I stand at a little bit. It's like a cow standing on its head. Awesome to the heavens, ha ha! Long Fei was ecstatic. If we can gather all the heavenly flames, that would be awesome. Let's see who will have the tempo in a second. However, this kind of thing depended on one's luck. There were too many types of heavenly flames. It was nearly impossible to gather all of them. Moreover, this was all controlled by the system and was not something that could be gathered just because Long Fei wanted to. He was already very satisfied that Long Fei was able to obtain the pure lotus demon fire. What is this? Tianxie was furious. The flames on his body became stronger and stronger, looking at the elders falling down beside him. His heart was going crazy. The Yi family members were the same. They looked at Long Fei in shock. They also wanted to know what kind of flame Long Fei had released. This kind of purification power was something they could not understand even after looking at it. The corner of Long Fei's mouth rose slightly as he laughed. Guess? Tianxie glared and stared at Long Fei. Brat, don't be too arrogant. Yo! Only now do you know that I'm arrogant? Weren't you going to kill us all? How come you didn't know I was being arrogant at that time? Long Fei laughed contemptuously. I gave you a chance before and you didn't know how to cherish it. And you took my things, injured my brothers, and now you want to leave after acting cool? Have you asked this, Daddy? Long Fei's voice sank. Tianxie used his power to frantically resist, but it was simply impossible. He became scared and said, I don't want the Long Yang Marrow. From now on I will never step foot in Skyscraper City again. You said it earlier, you are the evil demons. How can you take the words of the evil demons seriously? Long Fei laughed. Stop talking nonsense, just tremble under my fire lotus slowly. Explode for me. He exploded forth with his strength. The pure lotus demon fire was like gasoline that was poured on it. It exploded out abruptly. The flames ignited Tianxie. And then, in the blink of an eye, Tianxie disappeared. Instant kill. It was also at this moment that all the elders and disciples of the evil heavenly pavilion were killed in an instant. Ding! 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 Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Tianxie for obtaining 49 million experience, 49,000 holy source points, and 10 energy values. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Long Yang Marrow. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Heaven's Less Sex token. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Heavenly Evil Sword. Congratulations, player. The system went berserk. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for leveling up. Currently level 4. Buzz. A warm current flowed through his body as the power in Long Fei's body increased. This was the feeling of having his power level increase, and his strength could clearly feel it. This type of feeling could only be described by one word. Awesome. The entire heavenly evil pavilion was wiped out. The only ones left in the forbidden area were the confused Yi family clansmen. Also, there was still one more person, Yi Tianqing. He stared at Long Fei with his mouth agape, as though he was looking at a demon. His body trembled, and his face turned pale. Long Fei did not even glance at Yi Tianqing. The Yi family wouldn't let him go. Long Fei walked in front of Yi Tianqing, took out the Long Yang marrow and said, "I brought the Long Yang marrow back for you. Let's go." Long Fei pulled Nangong Yan's hand and walked out. He saw Yi Jingyun and said, "Young Master Yi, I'll be waiting for you at the Tower Question of God Assessment Department." He did not want to stay any longer. The words of the Yi family people made him feel bad. If it wasn't for Yi Jingyun, he really couldn't be bothered to care about the Yi family. Moreover, he had a more important matter at hand. Now, the Hellfire Lotus fusion was only lacking to find a place to refine Sun God authentic artifact. Yi Tianqing wanted to keep Long Fei, but, however, he was unable to say a single word. It was useless for him to say anything right now, because he had never believed in Long Fei from the start. It was the same with his people. They even criticized and insulted Long Fei. Long Fei's big steps were like a slap on the faces of the Yi family clansmen. It was very uncomfortable. What Tower Question of God assessment? Jingyun, didn't you guys say that the Tower Question of God was eliminated? Yeah. Everyone in the Yi family thought that Yi Jingyun and the others had been eliminated. Yi Jingyun swept his gaze across the Yi family clansmen and laughed bitterly. Who said we were eliminated? Did I say that? You only know how to look down on people with your dog eyes. He was enraged. Yi Tianqing's gaze darkened. If the Yi family members knew that Long Fei was not eliminated, they would not have such an expression. Yi Jingyun's words felt like a slap on their faces. Incomparable pain. Yi Tianqing's heart hurt, and he made up his mind. The Yi family must be reformed. Somewhere. An old man smiled and said, "Good boy, you are much stronger than I expected, ha ha. Interesting, interesting. It's time to meet with you and prepare for your final push." Chapter 14:21 Refining Authentic Artifact. Chapter 14:21 Refining Authentic Artifact. Long Fei did not leave the skyscraper city. He still had to refine a Sun God authentic artifact, and the skyscraper city was the most intense place in the Earth Sun, so it was impossible for him to refine a Sun God authentic artifact if he left this place. Back at the clothing store, Nangong Yen was puzzled and asked, "Why? Why did you release a flame that can instantly kill all the people from the evil heaven pavilion? Why did you let me control the evil energy in my body? Is that cultivation technique of yours specially used to deal with evil spirits? I didn't see you use it in the Punish Evil Secret Territory. Is it a divine ability you have recently comprehended?" Nangong Yan's mind was filled with suspicions. The purification power that erupted from the pure lotus demon fire was just too strong. If she was touched by this tiny bit of fire, she wouldn't be able to resist either. Long Fei looked at her with a face full of doubt and said slightly, "Don't worry about that. You only need to know one thing: I won't hurt you. Nangong Yen is from the evil god. The strongest power in her body was evil. The power of the pure lotus demon fire was specifically restrained." Nangong Yan's eyes trembled, and his pupils became somewhat moist. He immediately threw himself into Long Fei's embrace, and started sobbing softly. "If only I hadn't been so willful, so spoiled, and so aggressive back then." Long Fei gently patted Nangong Yan's back. The night passed in silence. In order to maintain enough energy, he didn't clap. The sky was dimly lit. Before the sun had risen, Long Fei had already quietly ran out. The time when yang energy was the most intense was not noon, but early in the morning when the sun had just risen and purple energy was like the sun. It was the best time of the day. The best time to refine a Sun God authentic artifact. At the highest point of Boss Long Fei's skyscraper city, in a remote place on a dangerous mountain. Huff! Long Fei let out a long breath, allowing his heart to calm down and achieve a calm state of mind. It's almost sunrise. The Sleeping Beauty said faintly, "Prepare yourself." Long Fei nodded and said, "Everything is ready." The Sleeping Beauty said, "Refining a Yang God authentic artifact is an extremely painful process. It's not like refining ordinary artifacts. It needs your body as a container. Authentic artifact used their flesh to nourish themselves. Normally, authentic artifact would slowly fuse with their own power. After several years, they would fuse with their own power and slowly become an authentic artifact after dozens of years. The Sun God authentic artifact were different. This was because it had yet to be refined. It was completely different from ordinary authentic artifact. Long Fei said, "As long as it can make me a little stronger, I can withstand any amount of pain. Become stronger." As long as he could become stronger, no matter what pain, Long Fei would never frown. In the God's martial continent it was the same. After entering the Tower Question of God, he realized that there were too many powerhouses in this world, too many of them. There were even stronger people there. If he wanted to become strong, he had to become stronger. The Sleeping Beauty said lightly, "All right, then let's begin." As soon as he finished, one of the Sleeping Beauty's idea exploded in Long Fei's sea of consciousness, and just as quickly as it was refining the Tathagata divine pellet, a large wave of super-strong knowledge gushed in and dissipated. Long Fei's expression also suddenly changed. Next, the Destroy God Mind took it out, and with a flick of her right hand, boom! The power of the Hellfire Lotus burst forth. Long Fei's body became extremely hot as well. It was as if his entire body was burning, and every inch of his skin was assimilated into the flames. The fiery sun rose from the horizon. Long Fei's body started to frantically absorb the purple qi from the east, increasing the amount of yang energy he absorbed. Rumble! A rumbling sound could be heard from deep underground. Rumble! A thunderous roar came from above the ninth heaven. The Sleeping Beauty reminded him, "It's about to begin. We can't be distracted in the slightest right now." Long Fei said in a heavy tone, "Come then." With a sudden movement of the Sleeping Beauty's hand, a shadow of a giant hammer rushed out, directly slicing the Destroy God Mind stone into two halves, one half returning to the space ring, while the other half frantically refined in the flames, expelling the Destroy God Mind's impurities. His technique was as fast as lightning. It was shockingly fast. At the same time, an intense rumbling sound could be heard from the sky, from the ground below, and from the fiery sun in the sky. What is that sound? What happened? Could it be that the Long Yang marrow is erupting again? What a scorching aura! The ground is cracking from the heat. What is this? The Yi family members were all shocked. This kind of situation was the same as when the Long Yang marrow was formed. It was even more intense. The entire skyscraper city was trembling. "Chief, everything in the forbidden area is normal. There aren't any changes." Yi family's main hall. Many of the elders frowned. Yi Tianxing asked, "What's that? This has never happened before. Go investigate it immediately." Hiss, hiss. The sound of something being burned continuously came from Long Fei's body. It was incomparably painful, and burning within the flames was just too unbearable, but Long Fei did not utter a single word. She was completely at the mercy of the Sleeping Beauty. Boom! 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 The air exploded once more, and it was a heavy blow. Every time he was hit, Long Fei's body would be forced to endure the impact of the unendurable power again and again. Flames emerged from the depths of the earth. All of them rushed into Long Fei's body. At this moment, he also felt the power of the flame that he felt from the god's general Hellfire Lotus when it picked up the previous day. Huff, huff, huff. Long Fei gritted his teeth as he said in his heart, "Long Fei, you must endure it. You must resist it." Slowly, his body turned into a blue flame. The blue flame was extremely dazzling. It absorbed all the yang power between heaven and earth crazily, pouring in. Sun profound qi poured into his body. The yang qi from the 9 heavens crazily poured in. 3 streams of power unceasingly surged into Long Fei's body, and then used Long Fei's body to release a crazy amount of refinement, and continued to strike at him. Rumble! Rumble! The 3 suns in Long Fei's body converged. His fleshly body was also frantically tempering and transforming. In his mind, a gigantic black sword floated in the air. It was exactly the same as the sword that was forged in front of Long Fei. They were linked together. Rings after rings of the black sword emitted the blazing essence energy. This kind of energy made Long Fei feel like he was controlling the sun. It was extremely strong. He's even stronger. Long Fei couldn't help but praise him. And then, the Sleeping Beauty said lightly, "There is still one last step. Master, you must endure it." As soon as he finished, the Sleeping Beauty did not stay there for long. An incomparably strong power of consciousness was poured into the black sword. The sky suddenly exploded and an earth-shattering power exploded out. Rumble! At that moment the system beeped. Ding! Chapter 1422, Destroying the Heavens. Chapter 1422, Destroying the Heavens. An earth-shattering sound exploded. His aura suddenly retracted. The sky returned to normal and the sound disappeared. A black sword floated in front of Long Fei. Was it a success or a failure? The system beep rang. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for successfully refining the authentic artifact. It's a success! It's a success! The Sleeping Beauty was extremely excited, even more excited than Long Fei himself. This is unbelievable, I actually succeeded. It seems that I am truly omnipotent. Hee. Long Fei was startled and said faintly, "Could it be that before you refined it, you didn't even think that it would succeed?" The Sleeping Beauty stuck out her tongue and said, "I don't know either. Anyway, I have succeeded in refining it for you, hee. I'm good, right? Master, when did you ask me to serve you?" Long Fei cough. He nearly choked on his words. The Sleeping Beauty said straightforwardly, "I want to give birth to your child." Cough. Long Fei coughed continuously. "What are you thinking about?" The Sleeping Beauty giggled and said, "I'm going to sleep. You can slowly study it yourself. I'm going to sleep. I'm so tired." Huff! The Sleeping Beauty yawned before turning around and falling asleep. Long Fei looked at the black greatsword that was quietly floating in front of him, and in his mind the sword was also floating. Is this the authentic artifact? The authentic artifact of the Sun God? Huff! It did not look anything special, just like an ordinary greatsword. However, Long Fei had never seen the flame pattern embedded under the Destroy God Mind Stone before, and the powerful consciousness from the last step had surged into the large sword, allowing it to have its own consciousness. This was a super divine weapon. Long Fei carefully opened up the system to check. Weapon, Black Great Sword, no name for now, rank. Spirit level, level 1, upgradable, can be upgraded to a main artifact. Attributes, Purple Sun Force, Earth Sun Force, Sky Sun Force, Fire Force. Description: 3 Yang Convergence, Hellfire Lotus Refinement, Yang God's Consciousness, Power that reached the heavens, Sword Slash, possessing the potential of a main artifact. Description 2. The authentic artifact is bred with the essence Yang. Description 3. Able to release the fire divine power Zhu Rong Sword Qi. Looking at the system's description of the Black Great Sword, Long Fei's heart became excited. But can I become a main artifact? Damn, how much is this hanging? And it can also be used to hide the attribute, the fire god Zhu Rong Sword Qi. This sword. When Long Fei saw the enormous sword body holding onto it with a heavy grip, the instant he grabbed onto the hilt, The sword in his mind and the sword in his hand suddenly merged into one. The sword chi burst out. A fire sword chi, visible to the naked eye, was formed and swept out. Shwa! Whoosh! Whoosh! A thin crack appeared in the space around Long Fei. The instant he held the sword, it exploded with such a powerful sword chi. This sword was simply too strong. Then, with a move of Long Fei's power, a holy source was injected into it, and a bizarre scene played out. The black broadsword frantically transformed, changing from black to gold. Moreover, what was even more eye-catching was that the entire sword was ignited. Holding it in his hand was like holding a ball of fire. The visual impact was simply explosive. Holy **T. Long Fei's eyes trembled. His blood seemed to be ignited as he fiercely swung it. Shwa! The flames flashed, and a stream of sword chi shot out like an easy move, forming a crescent shape and shooting out 100 miles away. Gudong! Long Fei swallowed his saliva. Fuck with this sword, I'm going to use an endless easy move? My god, my god! Ha ha! Ding! System prompt, please name a name. Long Fei grinned, destroying the heavens. Ding! Naming successful. Heaven Destroyer. Long Fei raised his eyes slightly, looked at the sky and said, I want to use the sword in my hand to destroy you, so that you will not be able to obstruct my view anymore. Ha ha! Long Fei laughed like a madman, the sound of his laughter thunderous and thunderous. It was as if the sky was enraged. Indeed, the sky was indeed angry, and a god from the main temple was raging. Flames filled the sky and a divine seat in the sky was frantically burning. Yang God has left the nether hell. Who is it? Who let him out? Why? Why would his aura appear in a low realm like the Chaos Realm? Endless rage. The incomparably huge gods of the void divine seat did not respond in any way. After a long time, a deity said, the Chaos Realm has been having a tough time recently. First, someone broke free from the control of fate, and then someone brought out the Sun God from the Nether Realm. A tiny Chaos Realm is born to be extraordinary. If we can't control this extraordinary Chaos Realm for us, it will become a disaster in the future. Humph! The Flame God let out a loud shout and his breath was filled with flames. He said with disdain, a mere lower plane trash wants to overturn the heavens? So what if the Sun God escapes? He was just defeated. You should know that his divine sun plane is still in my hands. Even if he escapes, he wouldn't be able to do anything. I just took him out, he must not be a simple person. A deity said, could it be someone from the Dark Army? Evil God. Him. He is not qualified enough, nor is he capable of doing so. The Flame God denied it. Destiny God asked, then who could it be? Just now, I have investigated and found that there is no such person in the entire 10,000 worlds who is capable of producing the Yang Soul Divine Sense from the Nether Hell. So you mean the powerhouses that are outside of the 10,000 realms? The eyes of the Flame God tightened. Suddenly, all of the deities on top of the divine seats trembled slightly. It can't be the primordial God realm, right? Impossible. With the fall of the ancient god and the disappearance of the primordial god realm, it would be absolutely impossible for them to interfere with the planes we control. What if he's still here? The gods were slightly startled. The Flame God's eyebrows creased. After pondering for a long time, he said, this matter must be investigated thoroughly. If it's not possible, I suggest that we wipe out the entire Chaos Realm. I second that. Destiny God was the first to stand up and reply. Not good. He killed billions of people just like that? They are merely ants. We absolutely cannot let these ants have any chance. An ant should understand the concept of being an ant, but if he wants to go against the heavens, then he should pay a heavy price. The Flame Fairy said, it's just a minor plane. If it's gone, it's gone. There's no impact at all. Humans were ants to gods. From beginning to end, he was always weak. The gods of Main Temple did not permit anyone to have the ability to resist them. Such a person, even if they couldn't find it, they would wipe out the entire plane, because then they wouldn't have to trouble themselves to find it. This was a god. Cruelty, viciousness, and chilliness. Chapter 14:23 Giving Bosses? Chapter 14:23 Giving Bosses? Authentic artifact S and flesh also required a certain amount of time to grow, so they took it as a part of their body. After putting away destroying sky, Long Fei turned around and was about to leave. The moment he turned around, he saw a person standing in front of him. He had never seen this person before, so he did not know this person. However, but there was a very familiar feeling. This feeling was very special. The old man laughed and said, "Long Fei." Long Fei was startled and asked, "You are?" The old man laughed excitedly. "Yan Huang ancestor." "Yan Huang ancestor?" Both of Long Fei's eyes trembled, and instantly looked at the old man in front of him with incomparable excitement. "You're really Yan Huang ancestor?" It wasn't that he didn't believe her, but it was too sudden. Yan Huang ancestor laughed. "You exposed me from the great temple in the fiery imperial palace. Your dragon Salyer was created by me, and I helped you pass through hell with your 9 secret underworld finches." One thing after another was said. Everything was just like what happened yesterday. Long Fei looked at the old man in front of him with even more excitement. "Patriarch." Long Fei rushed forward and immediately hugged Yan Huang ancestor. It was impossible for him to reach this far in God's martial continent without his help. His heart was filled with gratitude. Similarly, if the Yan Huang ancestor did not have Long Fei, he would not have been able to reconstruct his fleshly body, and he would not be able to stand in front of Long Fei. All right. You can let go now. Long Fei, you brat, I'm not going to be gay." The two let go and burst out laughing at the same time. And then, Yan Huang ancestor said, "My time is limited, you must remember everything I say next." Yan Huang ancestor had told Long Fei a few things, and when he heard these things, Long Fei's heart was incomparably shocked, and at the same time, incomparably excited. Half an hour later, Yan Huang ancestor said heavily, "You must break through the tower question of God's shackles and enter the 100 levels of ancient holy battlefield. That is your true battlefield. Before that, I will do everything I can to prepare everything for you. Long Fei, this chance must not be missed, definitely not." Finished. Just now, Long Fei had refined the Sun God authentic artifact and also angered the Flame God Main Temple. Long Fei was now even more dangerous than before. Once the Destiny God found out that he was still alive, it would be even more dangerous. As he watched Yan Huang ancestor leave, Long Fei clenched both his fists tightly. "In more than 3 years, you have prepared everything. I will definitely not let you down." The moment Yan Huang ancestor returned to the Chaos Realm, he had been preparing for Long Fei. Moreover, the power of the Yan Huang ancestor was far greater than what Long Fei had imagined. Long Fei returned to the clothing store with 2 breakfasts in hand. When he walked into the shop, Nangong Yen immediately threw himself into Long Fei's embrace and muttered, "And here I thought you were going to abandon me, not me." Long Fei said, "Idiot, I'm just going out to buy breakfast. After breakfast, we'll head back to the Tower Question of God Assessment Board." Long Fei had already made up his mind. The things that Yan Huang ancestor had said were simply too exciting. He had to go all out. Nangong Yen nodded lightly and said, "Amen." Not long after, Yi Jingyan ran in and said, "Young Master Long, are you all here? Do you all know about what happened in Skyscraper City this morning? The sun-refined spirit that we, the Yi family, are guarding, is rapidly drying up, but..." It was also in an instant that 9 Long Yang marrow were condensed. It's too strange. Yi Jingyun looked at Long Fei and said, Young Master Long, could it be that this has something to do with the fire lotus you picked up yesterday? Long Fei pretended not to know anything and said, I don't. Young Master Yi, are you going to go back to the tower question of God? Yi Jingyun laughed bitterly and said, The Yi family is in a mess right now. I want to stay one more day to help father stabilize the situation. After all, he is my father, and this is my home. Understood. Long Fei understood Yi Jingyun, since this was his home. If that's the case, then we'll head back first. Yi Jingyun did not urge him to stay and said, All right, good journey, young Master Long. Half a day later. Tower Question of God Assessment Board. Long Fei returned to his residence and Nangong Yen returned to his own courtyard. Long Fei's aura trembled as he felt exterminate the heavens in his mind. The holy source surged and slowly nourished, and the aura of the hellfire lotus within his body also slowly nourished his flesh. Both his body and the authentic artifact were becoming stronger bit by bit. At the back cliff, Song Kuang knelt on the ground and said, Master, Long Fei is back. Zhan Wushuang laughed coldly and said, Got it, have your people investigated yet? Song Kuang said. He made a trip to the skyscraper city, just in time to feel the Yi family's coup. He helped out a little, but the Yi family does not like him. There's something very strange. The Long Yang marrow that the Yi family is protecting was born with a single drop after 10,000 years of gestation. However, this time, it would not be more than a day before the 10 drops were born. Zhan Wushuang looked up. Long Yang marrow? Song Kuang said. This is the Yi family's foundation. Rumors have it that this Long Yang marrow has the ability to revive the dead, a spirit treasure that can only be born after 10,000 years. Zhan Wushuang laughed and said, All right, you can go now. Yes, sir. After Song Kuang left, Zhan Wushuang laughed coldly and said, Long Fei, everything about you will disappear. This time, I will make it so that you will never be able to get back up. Ha ha ha. Fight with me. You want to steal my woman? Long Fei, you don't have the qualifications, do you understand? After Long Fei left for 2 days, Zhan Wushuang did not stay idle and instead made a trip back to the 9 secret warrior family, and had a thorough understanding of the situation in the Beast City. He wanted to uproot and eradicate all of Long Fei's influence in the Chaos Realm. Whoosh whoosh, whoosh whoosh, Long Fei waved the pitch-black heaven-decimating sword art. In Chaos Realm, he had never practiced any sword techniques, but he was starting from the most basic sword technique. One strike, one strike. He practiced for a day and night without any rest. 3 days of vacation were over. On the 4th day, all of the disciples gathered in martial arts arena. Yi Xing stood on the stage and said faintly, The 4th round is about survival. You will be sent to the extreme. You must unite and face everything together. Do you understand? Also, Yi Xing looked to another place and said, This time, there will be a few juniors who will be taking part in the assessment. They will follow you to the place where you guys have reached your limit. At this time, the 4 of them walked onto the stage. They were all dressed in strange clothes, and the aura exuded from their bodies was very special. It may be nothing to others, but Long Fei felt that they were a little strange when he looked at them. He was stunned when he saw them through the system. Golden. In addition, the golden light being emitted by every single one of them was exceptionally intense. Damn! 4 bosses? What's the situation? Chapter 1424 Holy Source Exhausted. Assassin Attacks. Chapter 1424 Holy Source Exhausted. Assassin Attacks. Odd clothes, very special. Furthermore, all of their expressions were cold and detached, as if could not help but think of the undying puppet in Hellgate's Undying Legion, and their expressions seemed to be the same. However, who cares what he was? Long Fei was certain that these guys were all boss-level monsters. They were all his experience points. The survival test lasts for 3 days. After 3 days, you will be automatically transported back. Within 3 days, you will face all kinds of difficulties. Remember, you must persevere. Yi Seng warned. Secret World transmission gate opened. All of the disciples entered the secret world one by one. The 4 shift boys were the first to enter, and quickly disappeared without a trace. Young Master Long, let's go together. Yi Jingyun walked over and said excitedly, I also brought something this time. Long Fei asked, What? Yi Jingyun passed a long yang marrow pearl to Long Fei and said, This is my thanks on behalf of the Yi family. Thank you Young Master Long for saving me this time, otherwise, the Yi family would have already passed away. Actually, this was Yi Jingyun's own long yang marrow. The Yi family did not plan to give any compensation to Long Fei. Long Fei was not an idiot. He naturally knew that he wanted to refuse. However, Yi Jingyun's eyes were blazing as if he didn't know anything and said, Then thank you. Yi Jingyun was immediately overjoyed and said, Ha ha ha. That's more like it. If he didn't, then his heart wouldn't be able to get away with it. After all, he wouldn't feel good about what the Yi family people said. Long Fei kept the long yang marrow and thought to himself, There is still a large wave of destroy God mine. Let's go in. Nangong Yen reminded her. Long Fei and the other 2 walked into the secret world. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for coming to Ice and Snow Plain. Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for triggering the hidden quest, Search for Ice and Snow City. When Long Fei entered the secret world, he immediately felt a sense of familiarity. Everything here felt like the plains he had experienced in the gods' martial continent. Examination grounds. Snow region secret world. Very similar, very similar. Moreover, at this time, the goddess Tyr seemed to think it was glowing with a red light, and Long Fei's heart moved. Did we come to the right place? Is there a secret about the goddess Tyr here? Hiss. It's so cold. The holy source in my pubes is constantly being wretched, the pubes is about to run dry. What the hell is this place? Yi Jingyun rubbed his hands together and took a sip. Nangong Yen also said, My holy source is also falling. Not only the 2 of them, even the disciples who entered the ice and snow plain were the same. Long Fei was the same. Although his holy source was not among the pubes, its value was crazily declining. If a warrior lost his holy source value, he would be a mage lost his magic, and would just be a piece of trash. The holy source was the source of all energy. There was no holy source. Nothing. This place could be said to be a place of death. Young Master Wushuang, they have entered the ice and snow plain. Zhan Wushuang's face revealed a complacent smile, and said, In 3 days there will not be even a trace of your corpse, ha ha. Play with me? I can play you to death with my fingers. Send a message to the Hellgate. This time, when I go all out, I want Beast City and Long Fei's entire force to disappear from this world in one night. In addition, let my second uncle participate in this operation. Zhan Wushuang said quickly. Zhan Wushuang understood this very clearly. He was regretting killing Long Fei back then and gave him the chance to rise to prominence. Long Fei's growth speed was just too fast. If he was not restrained, then as long as Xianyuan Li'er knew that he was still alive, then everything he had done would have been in vain. Xianyuan Li'er definitely could not tell him that Long Fei was still alive. She must be able to clear the 100 levels of Tower Question of God, and must enter the ancient holy battlefield, because she had a power that could help him soar into the sky. This kind of power only had one chance. If he failed, then he would forever lose the shortcut to becoming a god. Heh heh. Long Fei, just disappear from this world forever. Zhan Wushuang laughed sinisterly. At this moment, Hellgate went all out. The Undying Puppet Legion. The Blood Fiend Elders of the Hellgate were all Emperor list, the super powerhouse on top of the Son of God ranking. There were even powerhouse on the Heavenly Emperor list. Either he wouldn't make a move and never gave the opponent a chance to turn around. Ice and Snow Plain. 3 hours later, Long Fei's holy source only remained 1/3 of the way. On the other hand, Nangong Yen and the others had already used up their holy source. Extreme survival? Are you trying to trick us to death? If this goes on, we'll all die here. Everyone, think of a way. The group of people moved very slowly. Each and every one of them was incomparably dejected. They were like trash here. What about young Master Long? If this goes on, we won't be able to hold on for 3 days. Yi Jingyan said. Long Fei used his points to exchange for 2 holy sources and said, "Each of you take one, it will take a period of time." Long Fei was also secretly anxious in his heart. If this carried on, he would definitely not be able to, and his holy source would also be exhausted. Moreover, the 4 bosses did not appear. It was simple, they were waiting for Long Fei's holy source to be exhausted. If they could come in, they would be prepared. They would not do anything unless it was the last moment. No way. I need to find a way to replenish my holy source. Long Fei's heart sank. The way he replenished the holy source was very simple. The holy source pill required over 1,000,000 points each. After exchanging for 2 just now, he barely had any points left. Other than a few special items, all of the things inside his space ring were eaten by them. There was basically nothing else that could be exchanged for points. Wait! Long Fei was ecstatic and thought to himself, I have the ability to teleport endlessly. I left my eyes in the Beast City. Long Fei moved, but what made him curious was that he could not sense the existence of the true eye. Ding! System notification. The special secret world cannot use the teleportation function. System notification. The special secret world is unable to view maps of the outside world. Damn! Are you trying to play me to death? Long Fei wanted to use the power of super teleportation to teleport back and forth, but he was restricted. I have to get rid of this crisis first. Long Fei's heart secretly stirred, and then he revealed a trembling expression. I've used up all of my holy source. What should we do? Yi Jingyan said. You have only used up it now, I have already used up it. Long Fei's acting skills were on the level of an actor. However, this time, even if he had the acting skills of the Oscars, it would still be useless. Another few hours passed. The system sounded out. Ding. System notification. Holy source value is exhausted. There were not even a bit of holy source left, so Long Fei was not even able to release a single bit of cultivation technique. Just at this time, 4 people could be seen standing there silently. It was as if they could see through Long Fei. After the holy source was exhausted, they appeared. These 4 people. Very extraordinary. Chapter 1425, A Punch on the Head. Chapter 1425, A Punch on the Head. Coincidentally, Long Fei's holy source had run out and they appeared? Long Fei was completely different from ordinary Qin-rank warriors. The holy source he possessed now was worth more than 4 million, 4 times more than ordinary people. No one knew that. But when Long Fei exhausted his holy source 1 second, they appeared the next. It was no coincidence. He had seen through Long Fei. An assassin who had come prepared. Yi Jingyan grinned. What are these 4 doing? Once you enter the secret world, you will disappear, and now that you have suddenly appeared, you are acting extremely secretively. Nangong Yen reminded them in a low voice. The holy source on them is very plentiful and their strength is not simple. I keep having the feeling that these 4 people are not ordinary people. Long Fei reminded them, from now on, stay far away from me. The holy source was exhausted. No matter how strong the technique was, the holy artifact could not release it, and could only handle it carefully. The two of them were stunned. However, at this moment, before the two of them could react, the four sides had already attacked at an extremely fast speed. It was impossible to see clearly with the naked eye. Having lost their holy source, they were like lambs waiting to be slaughtered. Long Fei's heart was moved, Xiao Luo divine body. Ding! System notification. The holy source is low. Golden cudgel. Ding! System notification. The holy source is low. Everything required holy source to activate, so he could not release it at all. 4 golden beams of light shot down from the sky at the same time. No one had time to react. A loud rumble resounded. Long Fei was directly flung out, heavily smashing onto the ground. His chest seemed to be on the verge of splitting apart, as a mouthful of blood came out of his mouth and his face turned pale white. "What are you doing?" Yi Jingyun cursed, and his entire person rushed forward, his strength, too weak. Without the support of the holy source, his power would be even weaker. The 4 killers were stunned. They did not wait for Yi Jingyun to get close and directly threw a palm attack. Boom! Yi Jingyun simply did not have enough time to react and was sent flying. Nangong Yen then ran towards Long Fei. Suddenly, all the surrounding disciples looked at each other and retreated to the side. There was no one who would help Long Fei since they were not his match. Song Kuang laughed complacently and said, "Long Fei, you also have such a day, ha ha. Feels good. Damn it, how are you going to fight back without any holy source to absorb it? Aren't you awesome? Come on, ha ha. Is he a dead dog now?" Song Kuang was extremely excited, seeing that Long Fei was smashed to the ground. He could not help but laugh out loud. Deep down, he hated Long Fei to the bones. However, he was not Long Fei's match, and could not kill Long Fei at all. Now that he saw Long Fei being crushed, he was extremely pleased. The few lackeys beside Song Kuang also started to curse. Long Fei crawled up from the ground with much difficulty. When he saw Nangong Yen, who was running over, he immediately shouted, "Don't come over here." The gazes of the 4 people slightly turned cold. To be able to stand up while the 4 of them were working together, Long Fei's physical defense was truly amazing. However, it was useless to stand up. He still had to die. The 4 of them moved, the 4 golden beams flickered, and once again rushed towards Xiang Longfei. Holy Source! Holy Source, I need Holy Source. Long Fei was extremely anxious. Right now, he was just a super sports car, but without gas, he wouldn't be able to start it. Even if he had a few thousand holy source points now, it would still be fine. Long Fei, be careful. Rumble! Rumble! Long Fei was once again sent flying. This time, his injuries were even worse. His internal organs were all shaken and rolling. His sea of consciousness and mental state did not stop there. Unwell. An indescribable pain. He had never worried about the value of the holy source. This was because his holy source could only be absorbed by killing people and monsters. However, right now, the ice and snow plane did not have any demon beast to replenish its value. No demon beast? But there's someone here. Suddenly, Long Fei's mind shook. Person? He stared at Song Kuang, who was standing far away. Song Kuang laughed proudly. What are you looking at me for? Long Fei, you dog, continue to be arrogant. Look how pitiful you are now. Serves you right. Ha ha ha. He laughed with pride. Luo Feng, who was standing beside them, also laughed complacently. At this moment, Long Fei's mouth hooked up and revealed a cold smile. I'll make you cry later. Then, Long Fei crawled up from the ground again, looked at the 4 killers and heavily shouted, "Come? Come again, is this all you have?" He's really too weak. Right now, Long Fei was 100 meters away from Song Kuang. If this distance was placed in the past, it would only take an instant, but now, not at all. He needed the power of 4 killers. They need to send themselves over. The eyes of the four of them moved, their killing intent became even stronger. The four of them took out their swords, their bodies releasing the power of blood vein, and the air was filled with the roars of ferocious beasts. 4 sword strikes. It was as if 4 gigantic demon beasts were coming over madly. The air exploded and the pressure was as great as a mountain. Long Fei was simply unable to move. Long Fei! Nangong Yen shouted loudly. There was nothing she could do. She had just recovered a little of her holy source, and it was immediately used up. She could not resist the power of the ice and snow plains' devouring force at all. Song Kuang started laughing out loud. Long Fei, go and die. Ha ha ha! Long Fei stood at the same place, clenching his fists tightly. He tensed up the energy in his body, not to defend himself. It was used to attack. Rumble! The 4 swords descended, 4 immense energies striking Long Fei's body. The 4 swords at his chest pierced through Long Fei's body, fresh blood crazily gushed out like a pillar. His body flew into the air, and landed heavily on the ground. Long Fei spat out a mouthful of blood, and the corner of his eyes twitched slightly. He was still a few meters away from Song Kuang. This distance. He couldn't do it now. However, there were always some self-righteous bitch. Song Kuang was one of them. Seeing Long Fei's chest being pierced and falling in the snow like a dead person, he immediately laughed and said, 4 sirs, allow me to display my skills. I will definitely let him have a taste of my methods. Finished. Song Kuang walked to Long Fei's side and looked down at Long Fei from above, laughing proudly. Long Fei, you also had such a day. I never thought that you would die at my hands, right? Ha ha ha! Don't worry, after you die, I'll take over your woman, and your brotherhood will become my lackey. Ha ha ha! He was overjoyed. Long Fei looked at the condescending Song Kuang, and the sneer on his face grew thicker. Laugh? Heh heh! I will make you cry. Boom! With all of his strength, he punched out and roared, turn into my holy source. Rumble! With a leap, his fist landed on Song Kuang's lower jaw, and directly penetrated it. The power exploded Song Kuang's head. The system beeped. Ding! Chapter 1426, Consecutive Killing Strikes. Chapter 1426, Consecutive Killing Strikes. The system beep was so beautiful. For the first time, Long Fei felt that system beep could actually be this pleasing to the ear, allowing people to be relaxed and happy. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Song Kuang for obtaining 19,000 experience, 1,800 holy source points, 10 energy values points. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Blue Flame Divine Sword. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Xian Crystal 212. The system continuously exploded. Song Kuang even dropped a few things. His level was about the same as Long Fei's, and the reason why he could kill with a single punch was because he had lost his holy source. His holy artifact's defensive treasure could not be activated. In addition, he was extremely pleased with himself. He killed him with a single punch. What was there to do with 1,800 holy source points? There was nothing to be done. He could not release any kind of cultivation technique. This kind of holy source was simply too lacking for a cultivation technique, and the moment the holy source entered his body, it would immediately be consumed. However, Long Fei did not think about what technique he should use to kill the 4 of them. The moment they killed Song Kuang, the idea moved and shouted, "Main gun!" Buzz! 1,000 holy source points had been used. The dragon coffin on his shoulder locked his gaze onto a person. Ding! Target locked. Long Fei did not even think about it, and immediately pulled the trigger, shouting out, "Blast it to death!" Boom! When the main gun flew out, the 4 of them were shocked and scattered in all directions. His speed was extremely fast. However, no matter how fast he was, How could he be faster than main gun? As long as I lock onto you, I will die. Rumble. In less than a tenth of a second, a glittering killer was blown to smithereens. Not even a scrap was left behind. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing 4 beast killers for obtaining 200,000 experience, 18,000 holy source points, and 10 energy values points. Congratulations, player. Long Fei did not care what happened. Right now, the only thing he wanted to do was to get them all back. Kill me? F***CK. Zhan Wushuang only sent you trash over? Swish. With an angry curse, the dragon coffin withdrew. Long Fei's footsteps moved and quickly rushed out. With a flip of his right hand, a ball of white flames appeared in his palm. An assassin's sword stabbed forward. Long Fei pressed his palm down and shouted, "Die! Pure Lotus Demon Fire!" Boom! Long Fei was enraged, flames ignited, and the strong power of the heavenly flame engulfed the assassin in an instant. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing 4 beast killers for obtaining 200,000 experience, 18,000 holy source, and 10 energy values. This wasn't the end. The holy source's value had already reached 30,000 points. At this moment, the remaining 2 killers did not have any time to think and quickly escaped. Although their cultivation was much higher than Long Fei's, but in terms of strength, they were clear that they were not his opponents. The reason why they were sent to kill Long Fei was because they had a special sensing ability towards the value of the holy source. He could feel if there was any holy source in his body. It was also because of this that they appeared the moment Long Fei's holy source emptied. However, they had never thought that Long Fei would actually be able to obtain the holy source by killing someone, and that he would even be able to roll snowballs, big and small. Under such circumstances, Long Fei and the rest were simply not his match. Escape was the only choice. Fleeing? Does Laozi agree? Roared. Being struck by the combined attack of the 4 people made him feel extremely displeased. Your grandmother. Long Fei flipped his right hand, Heaven Destroyer, hand over. Boom! A huge black sword landed in Long Fei's hands. With a move of the holy source, the black longsword crazily combusted into a flaming longsword. It was abnormally fierce and ferocious. Long Fei waved his right hand and swept out. Whoosh! A stream of half-moon sword chi slashed out. The scene seemed to have been enlarged by an easy. Shwa! The easy directly charged at a person. In midair, the man's body was cut into 2 halves by the fiery sword chi and fell to the ground. The other person disappeared into the boundless white snow without a trace. Long Fei's anger in his heart hadn't been quelled in the slightest after killing 4 people with lightning speed, and it had even grown more intense. Zhan Wushuang, you must put me to death, right? You must kill me, right? Sure. If I don't flip you over, I, Long Fei, will write backwards. I'm so unhappy. Extremely displeased. After being hunted down multiple times, the 3 powers joined forces. To come to this tower question of God assessment and target everything. If I don't show my power, do you really think I am a sick cat? This time, Long Fei was angry. If he did not have the striking system, Long Fei could have killed Song Kuang in a flash of light and obtained the holy source value that allowed the dragon coffin to open up. Zhan Wushuang will take care of everything. Moreover, why did there suddenly be an additional student for the Tower Question of God exam? It was very obvious that this was also arranged by Zhan Wushuang. The anger that was suppressed in Long Fei's heart slowly flared up. This time, he was truly furious. Huh! Trash! 3 of the 4 statues of fierce beasts in front of Zhan Wushuang had fallen, which meant that the 3 people were already dead. The space between his eyebrows tightened slightly. Zhan Wushuang's eyes were dark and cold and said, Long Fei, you can consider yourself lucky this time, but do you think you can get out? Ha ha ha. The ice and snow plane will forever disappear from the tower question of God, and all of you will die inside. The killer was just a small arrangement. Since he could not kill Long Fei, he would take the second step. Destroy the secret world's exit. There was only one exit to ice and snow plane, and if it was destroyed, Long Fei and the others would never be able to get out. Not coming out was no different from dying. At this moment, an old man walked in and said lightly, "Wu Shuang, the 60th floor is already prepared. You can go in now." Zhan Wushuang replied respectfully, "Thank you, holy saint." "That matter," the old man said, "I have already ordered some people to do it, as long as you are not distracted and break through the first 100 levels of Tower Question of God, we will help you with any of your requests." Zhan Wushuang said, "This disciple will definitely give it his all." "Right. Holy Saint, I wonder how my fiancée, Lear, is doing right now?" The old man said, "She has already entered the 40th level. Her cultivation is progressing very quickly, but her heart was filled with a vicious intent. This killing intent would obstruct her, and she would only be able to reach the 80th level at most. This should be her limit." Zhan Wushuang's eyes turned sinister as he cursed in his heart, "Smelly bitch, you're still thinking of taking revenge for Long Fei. Laozi has given you face, right?" Zhan Wushuang was very unhappy. The more Xianyuan Li air was like this, the more he hated Long Fei to the bone in his heart. The saint said slightly, "There is nothing more important in this world than becoming a god. As long as you become a god, you can look down on everything else. You have the potential to become a deity. Let go of everything. You can fly even faster. No one can stop you. When you become a god, everyone will have to kneel before you. Do you understand?" Chapter 1427 Gigantic Ice Snakes. Chapter 1427 Gigantic Ice Snakes. The Tower Question of God was the service organization of the gods. Provide fresh blood for ancient holy battlefield. Once the disciple they offered receives an outstanding battle achievement or merit point, then the disciple may also receive a divine spark as a reward for reaching the divine ascendant level. Similarly, they can also get more of God's reward. After 10,000 years, Zhan Wushuang was the one who had the best talent in the Chaos Realm, and was most likely to create merits in the ancient holy battlefield. To Tower Question of God, he was a treasure. More than half of the elders of the Tower Question of God had their eyes on him. Adding his illustrious identity, 9 secret warrior family was a dragon amongst men. Train him with all your might. All he needed to do was say it out loud and someone would take care of it. Just like this time, the ice and snow plane exit. Destroy the secret world's exit in front of the Yiseng. Moreover, Yiseng was beaten half to death. Without giving any reason at all, not even 100 people could be compared to Zhan Wushuang alone. Inside the Tower Question of God, Wang Shishir was being suppressed, and he did not even have the qualifications to speak. Since the third elder had been suppressed, he had no real power now. Yiseng had already become crippled, and deprived of the position of examination elder, becoming a cripple. Moreover, it was as if all of this had never happened. No explanation was given. Just with a single sentence, he had to give way to Zhan Wushuang. It was just this overbearing and barbaric. This was the method. He made all the people who were optimistic about Long Fei give up at once. He had to say it. Zhan Wushuang was very smart. He knew how to make use of his advantage and strength, or he would never make a move and would destroy the world the moment he made a move. He would never give you another chance to recover. At the same time, Beast City, the gathering of the Hell's army, had encircled the Beast City so tightly that not even a drop of water could leak out. In the ice and snow plain, Long Fei, Nangong Yen, and Yi Jingyun were walking together, and did not follow another group of people. "Young Master Long, I can't see the end of it at all. Where's the ice and Snow City?" Yi Jingyun said slightly. There was no stopping the heavy snow at all. The entire land was covered in a vast expanse of whiteness. There was no end to be seen and no presence could be felt. It was like a forgotten world. Long Fei was also wondering in his heart, is there really a ice and amp, snow city here? The system will not make any errors. The ice and amp, snow city must be on this ice and snow plain. Nangong Yen said slightly. Long Fei, if the snow doesn't stop falling, even a city built on top of a tall mountain would be covered by the snow. Yi Jingyun was startled for a moment and said, That's right, could it be frozen under the layer of snow? Long Fei shook his head and said, Let's talk after the ice and lightning return. The ice thunderbird was not afraid of the cold. He was sent out by Long Fei to search for the ice and amp, Snow City, and if it could not find them, then the three of them were even worse. Ice and amp, Snow City? I know about the Ice Snow Festival, this Ice and amp, Snow City. Long Fei muttered in his heart. The Goddess Tear's mission was SSS class super difficult, it was impossible to complete it so easily. Long Fei knew this too. He could only wait for the ice thunder to return. Also, there was still another assassin hiding in ice and snow plain. Long Fei had to be careful. His holy source had been completely used up again. Half an hour later, the ice thunderbird landed and said, No, there isn't any city, could there be a mistake? I've been flying tens of thousands of kilometers, and I haven't even seen a single one. Not to mention any cities. Long Fei frowned. Yi Jingyun secretly clicked his tongue. We couldn't even find it tens of thousands of kilometers? Damn, if we were to go find him, his body would probably be frozen stiff, right? Nangong Yen looked at Long Fei and said, Why do you have to find the ice and amp, Snow City, is there something important? Long Fei did not answer, but asked, Is there anything special about it, or should I say, special about it? There was no mistake when the system issued a quest. It was just hard to find. The ice thunderbird thought for a moment and said, There's a place that's rather high. I went down to take a look and I think it's a hill. This is the only special place, there's nothing else. Mountain. Long Fei pondered for a moment, then said, Bring us there. Long Fei jumped up. Yi Jingyun said, Young Master Long, what's so good about this hill? Let's find a place to avoid the heavy snow. If this goes on, we will freeze to death here. Nangong Yen jumped up. Are you going or not? Yi Jingyun immediately said, Go! 10 minutes later, the ice thunderbird descended and said, I'm going back to the war pet space. There was a time limit for war beasts. Long Fei did not stop them as the ice thunderbird entered Long Fei's space ring. Long Fei looked at the hill and said slightly, This should be the spine of the mountain. The Sleeping Beauty seemed to have woken up at an unknown time. She giggled and said, Master, don't you have a long yang marrow on you? You just need to activate its power. Huh! Long Fei was slightly taken aback and said, Is it useful? The Sleeping Beauty said with a smile, You'll know once you give it a try. Long Fei did not hesitate to do as he was told. Holding the long yang marrow in his hand, he released a ball of warm air and a dense qi followed suit. Long yang marrow. Chaos Realm's power of the Earth Sun. An incomparably thick heat. Yi Jingyun was startled and said, Long yang marrow can heat up, why didn't I think of that? It's too comfortable. Long Fei carefully looked at the long yang marrow, and could clearly feel the change in the long yang marrow, and he also felt something moving underground. Did you find anything? Long Fei asked. Yi Jingyun had a satisfied face and said, What's up? Nangong Yen also shook his head. How strange. Am I the only one who can feel it? Long Fei muttered as he felt something was approaching them from the ground. This feeling became stronger and stronger. Suddenly, without waiting for Long Fei to react, he shouted, Boom! With a loud noise, a snake-like monster rushed out of the layer of snow. Its two crystalline eyes stared fixedly at Long Fei, and both of Long Fei's eyes shook slightly. Nangong Yen and Yi Jingyan were both stunned. What kind of divine horse is this? It was incomparably huge. He was carrying Xuan'an Bai's power and aura. Just like a divine beast, it was glittering with golden light, a characteristic of a super boss. Long Fei yelled, "Be careful!" The giant snake stared at the long yang marrow in Long Fei's hands and rolled its body. Rumble! He crawled under the layer of snow and moved about crazily. The three of them did not have any holy source to support them, so they could only watch on in a daze. The giant ice serpents were frantically spinning under their feet, just like a millstone. Suddenly, Long Fei's eyes darkened and shouted, "Crap! Run!" Before they could finish their sentence, the layer of snow beneath their feet suddenly sank and fell into a huge hole in the ice. The moment they fell, the huge snake on the ground opened its bloody mouth and chased after them. "Young Master Long, we are finished!" The Table of Contents. Table of Contents. It was going down like crazy, and it got bigger and bigger as it went down. After a period of darkness, a ray of Xuan'an Bai's dazzling light, causing people to be unable to open their eyes. At this moment, a series of arrows were shot out. So. All of them carried Xuan'an Bai's halos of light. The power of the arrow was very ferocious. Yi Jingyan shouted loudly, "Young Master Long, be careful." Long Fei looked at the direction that the arrows were flying in, and was not aiming at them. Nangong Yen suddenly said, "The holy source in the pubes has recovered." Nangong Yen swiftly moved, instantly blocking in front of Long Fei. Like a super female bodyguard, he suddenly formed a thick barrier with his hands. Yi Jingyun also instantly felt that the holy source in his body had recovered. He grinned and said, "Understood." He dashed forward and grabbed the arrows that were shooting at him. Then, he shouted, "Here you go." With a sudden movement, all of the arrows were flung away by Yi Jingyun. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, dozens of arrows flew back the way they came. Long Fei's heart tensed up, he had no time to stop them. A few cries of pain came from below and a deep voice sounded out, "These people really don't know what's good for them. Just kill them." Use ice cannon. Commander, we only have 10 ice and snow cannons, and any one of them is incomparably precious. If we were to use them now... My word is order. Use ice and snow cannon. On top of a huge ice city stood thousands of guards. Following the command given by the commander, a huge ice cannon was pulled out and fiercely fired in Long Fei's direction. Rumble! A loud sound shook the air as if it were shattering the void. Yi Jingyun's face turned cold. "Oh no, big guy is coming." Nangong Yen said, "You protect Long Fei, I will go block." Without waiting for her to finish speaking, Long Fei pulled Nangong Yen and said, "They aren't here to deal with us. They're here to help us." Long Fei had just finished speaking. The ice giant snake behind them was blown to smithereens. The entire layer of ice trembled, causing countless pieces of ice to fall. The ice giant snake was exceptionally fierce. Nangong Yen and Yi Jingyun simply could not handle it. If not for this cannon, they would definitely die here. Boom! Nangong Yen supported Long Fei with one hand, watching the guards on top of the ice city using their arrows to truly lock onto them. Yi Jingyun immediately laughed. "Everyone, it was a misunderstanding, a misunderstanding. Everyone, don't be nervous, don't be nervous." The leader on top of the wall said lightly, "Put away all the ice bows." Then, the leader looked at Long Fei who was in the sky and said, "Our city lord invites you." "City lord has an invitation?" Yi Jingyun looked at Long Fei and said, "Young Master Long, you know the city lord here? No wonder you were looking for the ice and amp, Snow City. It turns out you have a friend here. Ha ha! I was scared half to death." Yi Jingyun heaved a sigh of relief. Nangong Yen also looked at Long Fei. Long Fei shook his head and said, This is my first time here. The three of them entered the Ice and Amp, Snow City. Under the guidance of a few guards, they walked to the tallest building, the palace. Along the way, they saw many people, all of them very special, as if they had seen Long Fei before. They were all smiling with respect in their eyes. Why is that? Long Fei himself did not understand. Entering the giant palace, there stood 2 rows of elders. One was a fully armored general, while the other was a manservant of Huali, Wencheng. The one on the ice and snow throne was extremely beautiful, with a sexy body and very little on her body, just that. Her eyes were ice-cold and filled with the aura of a high and mighty king. It made people not dare to have any profane thoughts. Seeing Long Fei entering the palace, the Ice and Amp, Snow Queen immediately stood up and said, "Welcome back, my king." "What's going on?" Long Fei was immediately stunned. Yi Jingyun also looked at Long Fei with a stupefied face, and said with a low voice, "Young Master Long, is she your woman? Damn, aren't you being a little too blissful? This woman is too beautiful." Nangong Yen looked at Long Fei with a bit of jealousy and said, "I didn't expect you to be so popular in the Chaos Realm, there are really so many women." "Humph. I'll take care of you tonight." Long Fei was stupefied. He shook his head and said, "I don't know her from the start." However, the figure of this Ice and Amp, Snow Queen, the unconquerable and lofty expression made the dragon have a strong desire to conquer them, and if such a woman was not the queen, she would be able to attract any man. Long Fei was a man. A very normal man, a man with a strong physical need. "Since she calls you king, isn't it obvious that she's my woman? How could he let such a woman go?" It was more or less the same for idiots. Furthermore, the Ice and Amp, Snow Queen and H in front of him looked a little similar. Long Fei did not refuse, and directly said, "I'm back." But in his heart, he thought of another way to put it, "Come back. Come back here and I don't even know where the hell this is." Ice and Amp, Snow Queen was excited. The Wenchen and the generals in the hall were excited as well. Long Fei had excited them and allowed them to see a glimmer of hope. Look at how excited they are, it really is as if they are the kings that have returned. Young Master Long, aren't you being too awesome? Yi Jingyun was extremely envious. The ice maids on both sides of the palace were all extremely beautiful and charming. This was the sound of a person dying. Nangong Yen muttered, "You even say you don't know him." Ice and Amp, Snow Queen's face was equally excited as he said, "King, we have waited until you return. In that case, the demons from the west will have no more place to stand." "Wait!" Long Fei immediately called out, "What did you say? The demons from the west can't stand up for us? You're not asking me to go out on a mission, are you?" The situation was not right. Long Fei immediately told them to stop. He didn't come here for the battle, but to clarify the matter of the goddess tier. If possible, he had killed the Ice and Amp, Snow Queen on the way. This was what he wanted to do. As for going out to battle, he didn't even think about it. The survival test was limited to 3 days, and he would have to leave this place once the time was up. At this time, Long Fei did not know that the Ice and Snow Plains exit had been sealed, and they could not get out. The Ice and Amp, Snow Queen said, "Your return is to set off for war. This is something that you should do as a king. Have you forgotten about it?" Everyone looked at Long Fei. Felt that if Long Fei didn't agree, they would pounce on him and tear him apart. "About that," Long Fei said, "I just returned, my journey has been taxing. Can I rest for the night before leaving?" At night, he would first take advantage of the fact that it was a bit cheap before doing anything else, using one night to understand the situation of the goddess tier. However, Ice and Amp, Snow Queen did not give Long Fei any chance and directly said, "No. You must go at once." Chapter 1429 Special Systems, Ice and Snow Parade. Chapter 1429 Special Systems, Ice and Snow Parade. He was resolute and decisive. There was no room for a comeback. He was simply insane. Did he have such a wife? She had just come back and didn't have the time to rest before she asked him to set off. After so many years, wasn't she lonely, wasn't she empty, wasn't she cold? Or did she have another man? Long Fei replied, "Can't you give me some time to rest? At least let me take a nap or something?" Ice and Amp, Snow Queen said, "The citizens of Ice and Amp, Snow City are still waiting for you to beg, for you to save the souls of the dead. Do you really want to make them suffer? So noble?" Long Fei felt a little embarrassed just talking about it. Yi Jingyan said, "Young Master Long, you are a king, how can you let a woman control you? I have to show off my dominance as a man, at least until I sleep for the night." Yi Jingyan laughed sinisterly. "That's right. I'm the king here, who am I afraid of?" When he thought about this, Long Fei spoke with determination. "I am well aware of the hardships of the citizens in the city, but I have my own strategy. I will definitely exterminate the Western devils, but I need to make a good battle plan. Therefore, I decided to not set off until the day after tomorrow." Ice and Amp, Snow Queen was startled and said, "No." Long Fei said directly, "Even if it's not possible, I still have to. Are you a king, or am I a king? Since you call me king, then my words are an order. Who would dare to defy the king's order? If you have the guts, then stand up for me." Nangong Yen warned in a low voice, "Don't be too cocky, your holy source has not recovered yet." His words had awoken the person in his dreams. Nangong Yen and Yi Jingyun's holy source had recovered, but Long Fei's had not. His holy source did not come from the pubes, but from the holy source slot. However, if he couldn't continue acting cool, he would have to hang on. Long Fei's gaze was savage, revealing the contempt of a king as he said, Who dares to disobey my orders?" They were all crushed. He did not dare to make any sound. You know, these military generals were all extremely powerful existences and could be considered NPCs within the game. Their cultivation bases were ridiculously high. The strongest belonged to the Ice and Amp, Snow Queen. She was an unparalleled existence. But in terms of intelligence, Long Fei had completely defeated them. Long Fei saw that they were silent, his heart relaxed, and he said, "I finally managed to return with great difficulty. If I did not rest, how would I fight? Do you want me to die at the hands of those demons?" "King, we have never." Ice and Amp, Snow Queen said anxiously. Long Fei did not wait for her to finish and directly said, "Don't be so long-winded, are you hoping that I'll die outside? Do you know how powerful those demons are? Do you like being a widow?" Ice and Amp, Snow Queen could not think straight. He looked at Long Fei anxiously. Long Fei didn't even give her the chance to speak and directly asked, "What are you still doing here? Disperse. Prepare the battle strategy for tomorrow morning. You! Go and get me some bath water." Long Fei said as he stared at Ice and Amp, Snow Queen. He did not give him any face at all. What he wanted was to be domineering. Mighty and mighty. However, Ice and Amp, Snow Queen did not move, nor did the civil and military officials in the hall. "You don't listen to orders, right?" Long Fei shouted loudly. At this moment, the commander who brought Long Fei into the palace spoke to the queen. The queen's face suddenly changed, and her gaze instantly went cold. She stared at Long Fei and asked, "Are you really the king of our Ice and Amp, Snow City?" His aura changed. Instantly, the temperature of the entire hall dropped. Yi Jingyun immediately took a few steps closer to Long Fei and said softly, "Young Master Long, are you playing hip-hop?" Nangong Yen also became cautious. Long Fei pretended to be calm. "You dare to doubt me?" The queen looked at Long Fei and said, "You can't even deal with a giant ice plains snake, and you still dare to say that you are the king of the Ice and Amp, Snow City? Long Fei shouted, "What can't be dealt with? Have I made my move?" The leader gently shook his head. Long Fei's voice rose as he said, "I don't even care about helping. This kind of low-level magical beast doesn't have the qualifications to die by my hands. How dare you doubt me?" Ice and Amp. Snow Queen couldn't see through Long Fei, but she firmly said, "Either you prove yourself today, or you go out and fight against the Western Devils." Prove yourself? How to prove it? There was no way to prove it. As for why she said he was king, Long Fei could not explain it. If he couldn't prove that there was only one ending, he would die. In the situation where there was not even a bit of holy source, Long Fei was simply not a match for these people. Immediately, Long Fei said firmly, "I choose to go out to battle, and I will use my strength to prove it to you, to prove it to everyone in Ice and Amp, Snow City." "Humph!" Long Fei bellowed, with an angry look on his face. He turned around and left the great hall in big strides. Just as Long Fei walked a few steps, Ice and Amp, Snow Queen suddenly said, "Wait." Long Fei's palms broke out in cold sweat, and his heart sank. Damn, he would kill someone just by playing around. He could feel a strong killing intent from the chilling aura just now. The demon god in his body clearly sensed it. He wanted to leave this place as soon as possible. He wanted to go up with such a beautiful woman, but the whip was too long to reach. With a move of Ice and Amp, Snow Queen's right hand, he took out a round ball of ice and snow and lightly said, "This is the heart of snow, use it to collect the departed souls of the Ice and Amp, Snow City warriors." Long Fei exhaled lightly in his heart and thought to himself, "Fuck, I'm so scared." He accepted it with his right hand. And then, the system beeped in his head. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Heart of Snow, triggering the super system. What's going on? Super system? Long Fei was a little confused. A burst of cheerful music resounded in his mind, and the system beep also rang again. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for triggering Ice Festival's Big Lottery. System: Ice Festival Lottery Duration: 7 days. System description: collecting a soul of a Ice and Amp, Snow City warrior could give a lottery chance, killing a level 5 demon could also give a lottery chance. At the same time, the prizes from the Ice Snow Festival also flashed one by one in Long Fei's mind. Main City's Cannon? Seism Fruit? Dishy Celestial Call Card? The Fire Unicorn Saints? Tathagata Ancestors Protective Divine Art? The Jade Emperor's Power of 180,000 Tribulations? A mysterious gift pack? What is this? What is this? A divine spark? To think that you actually have a divine spark? Oh my god! It's about to be posted. Long Fei gulped down his saliva, a light shining in his eyes. Right now, he had no interest in Ice and Amp, Snow Queen at all. Too fierce. Gudong. Long Fei heavily swallowed his saliva, his entire body trembling in excitement. He was extremely excited and shouted loudly, "Let's go!" Chapter 1430 Strength, Lotus Flower. Chapter 1430 Strength, Lotus Flower. He had never been so excited before. The great lottery draw had a divine spark. How fierce was this? A divine spark in the Chaos Realm was simply heaven-defying. If he could draw it, what nonsense 9 Secret Warrior Family S, what Hellgate S, what Bounty Gate S, what Myriad Alliance Sect, even Tower Question of God S could not be taken seriously. A divine spark was something that came from the ancient holy battlefield, something that not even the divinity had. Possessing it was the same as possessing a divine throne. Huh! Young Master Long, aren't we going to represent the Ice and Amp, Snow City? But why is it just the 3 of us? Yi Jingyun looked at the emptiness behind him. There was not a single person. What kind of battle was this? This was clearly exile. Nangong Yen also said, "You want us to fight against a group of Western demons with just the three of us?" The walls were full of people, all waving goodbye to them. It really wasn't an expedition at all. Just as Yi Jingyun had said, they were exiled. Ice and Amp, Snow Queen also stood on the city wall. "My king, I will wait for your complete victory." Long Fei grinned. "Don't worry, I will definitely return victorious and will definitely ride you under my crotch." And then, Long Fei said, "3 people is 3 people, we can talk after we defeat the demons in the west. Maybe there will be a special surprise, or maybe there will be a special reward." "Young Master Long, if you didn't mention adding points, I had forgotten. We only have 3 days, and now a day has already passed. We only have 2 days left. How are we going to kill all the devils?" Yi Jingyun was worried about the results of the assessment. They would be leaving in 3 days. Long Fei also frowned and said, "That means that we should increase our speed even more. Ice Thunder, have you rested well?" The Ice Thunderbird was summoned by Long Fei, and the 3 of them flew towards the western blood-colored sky. 3 hours later, Long Fei and the other 2 landed at the bottom of a blood-colored mountain range. The mountain was filled with a dense bloody demonic energy, and it was filled with fear. It sent chills down one's spine. Nangong Yen slightly said, "Are we really going in?" Long Fei nodded his head, and Yi Jingyun said, "It's over quickly." With that, he stepped into the mountains. In less than half a second, he ran out with all his might as he shouted, "Run, run! Come out with this big guy! Too damn strong!" The moment Yi Jingyun ran out of the blood-colored forest, a fully armored demonic bear rushed out. It was extremely savage, its claws were like blades, cutting through the air. The clothes on Yi Jingyun's back were shredded as he fled in a panic. Long Fei looked at Nangong Yen. Nangong Yen did not hesitate as he stepped forward. Boom! A heavy palm struck down. Logically speaking, with Nangong Yan's strength, even if the demonic bear did not die, it would still be severely injured. Not only was he not dead, he wasn't even injured in the slightest. On the contrary, Nangong Yen was thrown back from the impact, the vital energy and blood under his chest churned, and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. "His defense is too strong," Nangong Yen shouted. Not only that, the demon bear was even more crazed. It suddenly stood up. It was at least 5 meters tall, like a giant. Its 2 eyes stared straight at Nangong Yen, and it suddenly roared at her. Roar! The sound was as though lines of energy, clearly visible. His mind was truly about to break. Nangong Yan's bun was shaken to the point that it fell apart, unable to hold on. Yi Jingyun yelled, "Be careful!" Long Fei also frowned. He was a little worried. He was, without the slightest bit of holy source value, every ounce of cultivation technique, holy artifact, could not release any of their power. They could only watch. This feeling was very uncomfortable. "Don't look at it! If you are attacked by it, don't get up from the ground. The bear will not attack the dead," Long Fei said softly, and as he said that, he drew closer. Nangong Yen was still his woman. He would never let his woman get hurt. A sound came from Nangong Yan's throat, and he said, "Long Fei, don't come over here. Don't come over." She was not worried about herself, but Long Fei. This demon bear was extremely powerful, and with her current cultivation, she could not handle it. Unless he used the power of evil. But this power was not to be easily used. Long Fei did not listen to Nangong Yan's words. At this moment, Yi Jingyun also shouted loudly, "Grandson, with grandfather here, didn't you want to tear grandfather apart? Come on, come on." Dispersing the devilish bear's attention, the demon bear looked at Yi Jingyun, who was not far away. Yi Jingyun's body trembled slightly as he exclaimed in his heart, "Damn." Then, the demon bear suddenly unleashed its power, fiercely rushing towards Nangong Yen. Suddenly, Nangong Yan's reaction was also extremely fast. as he continuously retreated. At this moment, Long Fei also rushed out with a step, the blazing energy around his body crazily released, and released the power of the Hellfire Lotus that was in his flesh. He took a step forward. Boom! He landed heavily in front of the demonic bear and moved his fists. Boom boom! Just like a mechanical impact, his fists moved, sank, and heavily smashed out. Fire Lotus Fist. 2 burning flames appeared on his fist. It bloomed like a lotus flower. This was Long Fei's pure strength. His physical strength did not contain the slightest bit of holy source support. Rumble! In the instant that Long Fei struck the body of the demon bear, both of Long Fei's arms were on the verge of breaking. However, the armor on the chest of the demon bear caved in, and 2 fist marks were formed from Long Fei's attack. The demon bear's body slightly trembled, and he quickly took 2 steps back. Roar! He was incomparably furious, and his body erupted with a blood-colored strength stripes. The energy aura around his entire body suddenly changed, and after releasing a furious roar, he heavily rushed over with a kick. Young Master Long, be careful! Long Fei! Too arrogant, this demonic bear! Long Fei clenched his teeth, his eyes sinister as he said, "Fuck, come!" Boom, boom! The blazing power burst forth once more. Long Fei's body released all the power he could muster. Every cell, every joint, every inch of muscle was releasing a crazy amount of power. At this moment, a lotus seat rose up from under Long Fei's feet. Blazing lotus. He threw his head back and roared, then took a step forward. The lotus flower beneath his feet rose again, and with every step he took, a lotus flower of fire burst out. Long Fei confronted it head-on. Straight on. I have never been afraid of anyone before. Get down. Long Fei punched out with both of his fists, completely releasing the power of the Hellfire Lotus in his body. Rumble! It directly exploded the head of the demonic bear. At the same time, the system sounded out. Ding! Chapter 1431 Pancake Possession. Chapter 1431 Pancake Possession. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Demon Bear 4, obtaining 230,000 experience points, 20,000 holy source points, and 1 energy values point. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining a monster core. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining the Devil Bear Blood Vein. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining Violent Bear Armor. Several notifications sounded consecutively. These were all things that Long Fei did not want. What Long Fei wanted to do was Ice and Snow Parade Lottery. According to the Heart of Ice, as long as he could kill the magical beast alive and save the soul of a brave warrior, he would get a chance at the lottery. Heart of Snow moved. Indeed. The system sounded out. Ding! Congratulations to the player Long Fei for getting a free lottery chance to draw Magic Bear. Do you want to start? Activate! Long Fei suppressed the excitement in his heart, and an interface appeared in his mind. Main City's Cannon Tower, Shaken the Fruits, the Mysterious Gift Pack, Tathagata Lord of Buddha's Protective Divine Technique, Jade Emperor, Transformation Card, a Divine Spark, a Divine Spark, Gudong. Looking at what was above, Long Fei could not control himself and continued to swallow his saliva. Begin. Long Fei moved, holding onto the spinning wheel tightly for support. He thought in his heart, "Master bless me." And then, the wheel started to spin, flashing with a rainbow-colored light. A few minutes later, the wheel slowed down and began to move. There were several times where Long Fei's eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. Stop, stop, stop. Don't stop, don't stop, 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 stop. Like a lunatic. Finally, the spinning wheel stopped and the needle stopped at one point. Long Fei stared at the biggest grid in the wheel, His eyes were startled and immediately scolded. "I'll go." Ding. Congratulations to player Long Fei for obtaining sesame seed. A sesame seed cake floated in Long Fei's mind. Long Fei wanted to die. There were so many good things inside. What was bad about drawing it? Yet, he drew a sesame seed cake. What was the phonetic abbreviation for pancake? SB. Long Fei's eyes became angry and shouted, "System, are you messing with me? What ice and snow parade lottery draw? You can draw a sesame seed cake? Your entire family is made up of sesame seed cakes." Long Fei was about to go crazy. To be honest, it was really difficult to kill this demonic bear. His hands felt like they were going to fly away. He thought he could find something good to compensate with, but who knew? A sesame seed cake? This wasn't the way people were organized. Nangong Yen walked over to Long Fei with a depressed look and asked, "What's wrong with you?" Yi Jingyan also asked, "Young Master Long, what's the situation? Why do you look so dejected?" "Ignore me. I want some peace and quiet." Long Fei wanted to cry, but no tears came out. Looking at the large biscuit in his mind, it was as if he had received 100,000 blows on his heart. It was extremely uncomfortable. Yi Jingyan looked at Nangong Yen and asked, "Who is Jingjing? Is this a new woman from Young Master Long?" "Wow! Young Master Long is the Ice and Amp Snow Queen's name Jingjing? Aren't you being too awesome? When did you ask for her name?" Yi Jingyan's face was full of emotion. Long Fei looked at Yi Jingyan and wished that he could explode with anger. Huff! Failure is his mother's success. Just make it. I don't believe it. Long Fei clenched his fists tightly and immediately recovered his energy and said, "Enter the mountain." Brother doesn't believe that my character is that bad? The fire had started. So many great items, yet he only managed to get a biscuit? The heck, how unlucky could he be? Yi Jingyan looked at the furious Long Fei and asked softly, "What happened to Young Master Long?" He still looked like he wanted to be upset. Did he get dumped by that woman Jing? "I can't, Young Master Long is so mighty, if I were a woman I would definitely fall in love with him." Nangong Yen glared at Yi Jingyan fiercely and quickly followed. 20,000 points of holy source recovered. This time, Long Fei could use a lot of technique. As soon as he entered the blood-colored forest, a demonic leopard rushed out. Roar! Roar! After flying out, Long Fei's right hand moved. Destroyer! Shwa! The heaven-decimating sword fell into his hand and chopped down at the demonic leopard. Kacha! The flames spread in all directions. The demon leopard was heavily crushed by Long Fei, but it did not die instantly. Without waiting for it to get up from the ground, Long Fei slashed down. Die! Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for killing Demon Leopard for obtaining 210,000 experience, 18,000 holy source points, and 1 energy values. Congratulations, player! Long Fei was excited and nervous again. Quick, quick, quick! Start the lottery! And then, Long Fei used more strength and the spinning wheel flew up. He stared at the spinning wheel without moving and said in his heart, "Bless bounty. At least give me something good? If old master can't do it, then I'll give my blessings to teacher little Zay." A few minutes later, the wheel stopped spinning. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for getting a sesame seed cake. Great sir! Even Long Fei had the impulse to go berserk. He cursed in rage, this was too unbearable. The heck? System, come out. I promise I won't beat you to death. Is there anyone who would try to cheat me like that? Long Fei looked at the giant pancake in his mind and really wanted to cry, but no tears came out. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. If the system was a human, he would definitely push it into the fecal pit. Which one of you is hungry? Long Fei casually asked. Yi Jingyan was startled for a moment, then said, Young Master Long, do you have anything to eat? Long Fei took out the 2 large sesame seed cake. Yi Jingyun's eyes lit up as he said excitedly, "To be able to eat hot biscuit in such a cold weather, I am truly blessed." He took the sesame seed cake and started biting on it crazily. He had a great time eating it and was still reluctant to finish it in the end. He asked, "Young Master Long, do you still have a sesame seed cake?" Long Fei did not speak, his eyes staring straight at Yi Jingyun. Without saying a word, he glared at Yi Jingyun. 10 minutes later. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for getting a sesame seed cake. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for getting a sesame seed cake. Ding! Congratulations to player Long Fei for getting a sesame seed cake. The system seemed to have gone crazy. It was always a sesame seed cake, a sesame seed cake, a sesame seed cake, or a sesame seed cake. Every single time, Long Fei held on to hope, but in the end, he was beaten black and blue, and he could not vent his anger at all. Yi Jingyun's mouth was filled with oil as he ate, making his stomach turn round. Had the urge to give him a good beating. Bring it on. Just come and make the pancakes more violent. Long Fei's suffering was unbearable. He was practically being possessed by a pancake. Once again, the system beep rang out. Long Fei no longer held any hope. You're tuning in to the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.